Hello, everybody, and welcome to Indianapolis Motor Speedway here for Week 7 of the iSNF Cup Series, here for the Brickyard 400. My name is Christian Elgato, lead producer and commentator for tonight's series for Week 7. An overhead shot here of Indianapolis Motor Speedway, 160 laps here for tonight's race, here for our second crown jewel race of the season. Our second of 3 races. Obviously, we had the Daytona 500 to kick off the season 7 season with the 500. Now here for week 7 for the Brickyard 400, and later on in the season, we'll go to Charlotte for the Coke 600. You see right here, 160 laps, 50 laps on 50 and 100, 60% fuel. 7 extra sets of tires, or 7 sets of tires. Realistic weather, 1 faster. Hello, hello. We are. Oh boy. Here we go. Do you see your race info there for tonight's race? And currently, Rhea Ferris up here in the booth with me as we get ready to go here. As we'll go on track here to look at some of your quickest drivers tonight as we get ready to go for 160 laps here from Indy. And Rhea, obviously, one of the crown jewel races tonight, and a big one here for the Cup Series is, we got some new faces up towards the front, but also see the 9 of Otto currently leading the top of the board.
Indeed, yes, and our points leader Thomas Flynn also he's got some work to do to get that 24 car up to speed, but I think he'll be there toward the end of the race. Look for him to make some noise before it's all through. Also want to mention car number 51 is being driven by a former full-time driver named Damian Mulvey, who raced with our league back around seasons 2, 3, and 4, and occasionally subs now and again. And he just happened to ask if he could race today. This is his favorite track. And he has back-to-back wins at this track in the 51 car that he's subbing. So look for that guy to either win the race or be in contention there toward the end. But 400 miles today here, Christian, here at the Brickyard, located here in Speedway, Indiana. We have 400 miles, 160 laps, and those stage breaks are going to be on laps 50 and 100 tonight. That is per NASCAR realism. So we try to put in realism whenever we can. And that's one of the things we're doing tonight. And also 7 extra sets of tires. That's per NASCAR realism as well. 100% fuel capacity tonight due to it being a full race. You have the one fast repair since it's a full race. Um, and then let's see here. The Echo Park restart zone is on, and we have 3 green, white checkers as usual. No red line or yellow line rule tonight. There are no track lights, so the solar settings have been adjusted accordingly to hopefully get this race in before it starts getting dark. We've all been there before. Remember the comical event in which this race ended under complete darkness once. We don't want to repeat that. And our hometown hero tonight is from Yorktown, Indiana, the name of Chris Bishop, driving the number 71 for Spire. He is our hometown hero tonight. Defending race winner is Angel Hernandez. Unfortunately, couldn't join us tonight. Some quick track facts here. We've been here 7 times, 3 different configurations, 6 different winners, and we have an average caution count of about 15. And our caution record was last season. Let's not repeat that. That's 25. That's the last thing you or I want to see. And our average lead changes is 16. So I got here some notable subs. Jimmy Johnson in for Phil Manzo again. Charles Roberson may or may not make the show. He's listed as questionable. Doesn't have a sub lined up. Terrence Preston in for Jarek Jorgensen. Larry Fairman in for Eugene Thorne, Damian Mulvey in for Scott Trusty, and Justin Barkley in for Alyssa Sharp. I have Joey Maines, Thomas Flynn, Damian Mulvey, Justin L. Johnson, and Charles Roberson as my top 5 picks to win. My dark horse pick tonight is Emily Urias, driving number 19 for Gibbs. So we shall see. But I hope everyone has a good race out there. Looks like good weather. So let's get out there and enjoy the race. There's like no breeze out there, no humidity, cool temperatures. So should be a good day here for racing at the Brickyard.
I definitely agree. You see practice ticking now, which means Rhea needs to go up there and get ready for her qualifying effort. But we appreciate her coming
That's
up
right.
in the booth for race, and we wish her
Appreciate
good
you
luck
having
here.
me.
Yep.
Awesome, man. Yep. I'll go get my helmet on and get strapped in that safety harness there and see what kind of lap I can put out there for you.
Well, good luck there, Rhea. We'll be
Thanks.
rooting for you. Heard it from her. Okay. We have 5 laps for these drivers to complete 2 laps. So do the 54, Justin Barkley. Remember subbing in for Alyssa Sharp tonight. 54 machine. Justin, obviously, no introduction needed for him. Not a lot of wins for Justin here in iSNF, but 96 starts, and you see right there, season 8 champ. Got that championship with Team Penske actually in the 22. So, but then switched over to the Toyota camp where he's been there ever since. So we know Justin knows how to get around here. and this long 2-mile track, I believe. Takes a lot of time to get around here as he completes his first lap, I believe. This might be actually be his start of his first lap. No. Lap one underway. Will Austin currently your pole sitter. Justin Barkley back there. About 4 tenths off. Right there, 2 tenths off behind the three machine, and we'll see drivers start to fill up as they complete their laps. See now Cody Meadows top of the board. 1/100th ahead of Will Austin. Here comes Mark Oberg to the top of the board. Nicholas Johnson on top right now. Last week's winner from Echo Park. Justin Johnson. 2 last week. Dude, Justin's got anything here. Justin across the stripe. P2, Thomas Flynn, top of the board. A good lap by him. Frank DeAngelis coming across the line. Frank, P6, good lap. Gavin Austin in the 66 filming part-time. Gonna come in here, P5. Notable guys still need to come out. You look at the 2, Mark Gonzalez. Marcus Strainer. He's had some good runs this season. Only 2 coming out of 3 and 4. Once again, Mark Gonzalez looks like he won't be qualifying. Something he's used to do. Parker comes home P26, so not the lap the Ontario native probably wanted. He won't have enough time to run another one, so P26 for the 42 machine. Chris Bishop in the 71 right there. He'll come home P14. Matt Medler squeaks in here. That's a 44, but in the 7 Spire machine. We'll try to refresh paints while we got some other drivers. Christopher Walker. I think he'll be able to get a lap time done, and you see it so close, but I don't think he's gonna have enough time to get it done. You see right there, not enough time. We'll wait on all these drivers to get ready to go. 37 cars here tonight for the Brickyard 400, so there's some action tonight. Yeah, most of your drivers out on track. Frank DeAngelis actually moves up to P2. I just see this. So let's go ahead. Pull out here. Look at your starting lineup here, presented by HVTV. Right there, Justin Johnson, Team Penske on a roll. Remember, should have had a 2-3 finish there last week at Atlanta, but Justin Johnson comes home P2 last week. Sits on the pole this week. Frank Danielson in 47 outside front row in that 47 machine. Thomas Flynn, Nicholas Johnson around that row too. Damian Mulvey, two-time winner there in that 51, comes back. He's going to qualify P5 alongside Gavin Austin in the 66. Mark Roberg in the 43, P7 alongside Craig Lautenschlager in the 77. Cody Meadows back there in P9 and rounding out the top 10. Justin Barkley in that 54, substituting for Alyssa Sharp. Steven Sear back there in P11. Will Austin rounds out the top 6 rows in that 3 machine. Don Blazer back there in 13th alongside Chris Bishop in the 71. James Bowles, Fabricio Lamana coming back here, the 62. Jimmy Johnson, Thaddeus Friel, Jeff Weimer, Gabe Ledger, John Hopley, Matt Metler, Jason Steptoe, and Mike Iskandar, your top 24. Back there in 25th, Terrence Preston, Larry Fairman back there in 26th, Parker Stringer at 27th, Rhea Ferris 28th, and the rest of these guys further on back than that set of qualifying lap. Mark Gonzalez, Chris Otto, Joey Maines, Christopher Walker, Chris Van Maastricht, Chuck Cobb, David Anderson, Bob Wyckoff, and rounding out the field there at 37th, Blake Hullett in that number 45. Take another look at your race info while we have the time. The 160 laps for this 400-mile race. Laps on stages on lap 50 and 100. 60% fuel, 7 sets of tires, 1 fast repair. So that's something we're going to have to talk about tonight up here in the booth, is that fast repair. When do you use it? When do you keep it, right? Going to be very interesting to see. Look at your race weather as well. You got there 65 degrees here out on the air temp. See that track temp up to 73. Partly cloudy, 67% humidity. See all that other cool stuff, 990 at HPA. Not going to really affect the way this car is driving, but and no wind for tonight. So can't imagine the weather going to affect the way these cars drive at all, but see right there, lights are off on the pace car. We're going to get ready to go. 160 laps here from Indy. We're going to go ahead and hand off to flag to Barney, and we're green here from the Brickyard. Caution already out here from Indy. Like Don Blazer. Going around here. Loses it on his own in that 17. Going to get up and get the 35. The 88 also involved. Already just like that. Under caution here from Indianapolis. Justin Johnson will get us back to the pace car. Frank Danges keeps that P2 position. So first caution here on lap 1. Hopefully this trend doesn't happen throughout the race. So was a little bit of nervous, a little bit of cool tires here for this crown jewel event, and just got someone to self spin here early. The 66 of Gavin Austin was up inside the top five. What happened to the 66? Gavin Austin off the track already. Well, everything's okay over there in that 66 camp. Was out on the ticker. What happened to Gavin Austin? I don't see anything about Gavin wrecking or anything. That's interesting. Already laps down, as well as Chris Otto. Otto's at least here on the track. Very interesting. Justin Johnson continues to lead for the Angeles. We haven't really had a shakeup here in these running orders. Craig Lautenschlager up 3 spots, up into the top 5. Will Austin up 3 spots. I see Larry Fairman up 8 spots. That's pretty good. I presume he kind of probably got some spots from that wreck happening. Also saw quite a few drivers coming down pit side there, so that one makes some sense as well. The light should go off here on the pace car. Gonna get ready to go green once again here from Indy. Is that Team Penske number 22 leading the field? Hayek Motorsports number 47, that Chevy on the outside front row. Joe Gibbs Racing 20. Big Motorsports number 24, that top 4. And then the Spire number 77. And Damian Mulvey, the 2-time winner here from Indy. The same car he won it in. Only difference is, Rick Ware is now a Chevy team instead of in that Ford Dark Horse Mustang. So we'll have to see if that changes up the way Damian's going to approach this. I don't think really manufacturing should mean a whole lot here in the sim, but maybe mentally it'd be a little bit different for that number 51 machine. But you think about it, right? You get so used to hitting your marks in a specific car, like in the Ford, and now, especially now with the Chevy having that new nose and that, that basically like a big, that hood thing sticking up in the middle, it could definitely affect the way you hit your marks potentially. So we'll just have to see. This car's going to hook another left down pit road. We'll be green once again to start lap 5. See the 22, the 47 Chevy forward front row. We're back green here from Indy. Everybody getting pretty single file further on back to 77 and that 40 and that 51. First car side by side. Try to see if Craig can get around him, and he will. He'll scoot around him here. Everybody just trying to get single filed out. Justin continuing the lead here. DeAngelis, though, got a good run here down the front stretch. Will he make a move? He's going to back out of it. Frank finally having a good qualifying effort. He actually shows the speed that I'm used to seeing in that 47 car. Frank's sitting up there inside the top 2, right? Got a long way to go to get to lap 50, though. Our first stage caution. Don't look for some battles further on back. Looks like everybody getting single file here. Battle back here, 27 to 28. Back here towards the back of the pack, the 42. Getting around the 60. Parker getting around Jeff. Matt Madler under fire from the 48. Oh, the one is slow. Hey, Iskandar, do you have any damage on that machine? Oh, something happened in this one. Where's it going, though? We have the top 14 under a blanket, and then back here, Larry Fairman almost 2 seconds off the pace, and it's kind of split up the top 15. The rest of this field here, Larry, we're here on the nose cam. A long ways to go to get back. Oh, Larry goes around. Caution will wave. Larry just kind of gets loose on his own. Come up and clobber. Is that the 66 of Gavin Austin? If there's any contact off the nose of the 66. All right. 34 just got loose. Fortunate for everybody involved there, but we apologize for the blinking, but once again, a lot of cars on track. Indy, one of the biggest tracks we come to, so very intensive on any computer that you task to broadcast tonight's race. You'll see some drivers jump down pit road potentially. A little fake out. Mind games here already. Now you'll see some guys actually come down pit road. You see the 2, the 62, like the 84, the 41, the 88, the 42. A lot of drivers down pit side here. Justin Johnson led every lap tonight. All 11 laps here from Indy. Good way to start off this race. Obviously, a long ways to go. So, and even a tenth of the way done with this race. And caution out already here on lap 2. Obviously, the first one, 17. Getting a little bit loose on exit at a turn 2. And you saw the same thing at a turn, what was it? Turn 4? Turn 3? That was Larry Fairman grabbing a bunch of cars with him as well. Everybody get sacked up once again here. Get ready to get the one to go. Got some Jason Steptoe fans in the chat. Oh, up 10 spots, up in the P13's position. Like that, you'll see this pace car once again take a hard left turn on the pit road. See the 22, he picks the top. I'll give the 47 the bottom as we get ready to get back into the restart zone. The green once again here from Indy. Caution once again. Dave Ledger, Christopher Walker goes around. Like those cars pretty good. Probably so just some simple self spins. Apologize about the blinking. We're trying to figure out a way to help with that. That having 36 cars is a lot to handle here. Oh, I have some takers. We have some not takers here. Frank the Angels will lead a couple cars down per road here. The 47, the 20, I think the 77, and that 12 machine. And we get continuously apologize for the blinking. I mean, this is not what we want to see on the network. It's just borderline embarrassing, but not a whole lot we could do up here in the booth. So say hello to everybody watching at home. We have some fans up here in the Twitch chat. Say hello to Patrick McQuaid. Haven't seen you in a long time, man. I hope you're doing well. Blake Hullett up here in the YouTube chat. Everybody gets double fouled up once again. The 22, the 24. 1, 2. Seems like every time we get around here in this turn 3/4 area is when we have the issues here. Once again, let two off on the pace car, going through 3 and 4. Here for another time. Our third caution already on lap 16. Hopefully, drivers can get things sorted out. The 22 to 24 Chevy Ford front row. Chevy Toyota that second row. We're back green. Justin Johnson out to the first jump. Justin Barkley, that P2 spot. Justin Johnson, Justin Barkley out leading the field here. Cody Meadows fan base has finally made his way up to the chat. Currently, Cody, he came down pit road, so a little bit behind from where we expect him to see. Tony currently back there in the P17 position. Currently fighting with Frank DeAngelis. The 12 will clear the 47 right now. They'll get single file. You're gonna, I would say, try to work with each other to get to the front. Comes Frank underneath the 12 though, not gonna make anything happen of it. Frank underneath the 12 now. Frank will make the pass. Chris Otto underneath the 12 as well. Wrecking potentially. Yeah. Jimmy Johnson around in a 10. National wave. We won't be able to see what happened here due to the blinking, unfortunately. Justin Johnson, every lap since we've taken the green. Impressive run right now. But approaching halfway in the stage here, we're gonna take a quick commercial break here. Try to see if we can do something different here to figure out this blinking issue, and we'll be right back after a word from our sponsors here.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
Welcome me back here to the iSNF Cup Series. Working on some visual glitches with you guys, and I think we got it figured out here. Obviously, you might see it looks a little bit different, but we're just trying to help with the blinking right now and everything else. Obviously, 37 cars. Really hard to handle here, especially at a big track like Indy, where it has to track everything and all that stuff. So hopefully we have at least the blinking solved a little bit here. But yeah, looking back at here, Justin Johnson's led every lap here since the drop of the green flag. Really impressive out of this old 22 camp, and now he has his teammate Mark Gonzalez, who's made his way up towards the front here, up 27 spots there in that P2 position. So obviously Mark has been playing the kind of the strategy game here. Came down pit road a couple times now, up inside the top two alongside his Penske teammate. You'll see the pace car once again take a hard left turn on the pit road. Will be a Penske front row. Those two Fords lead us back to green. You'll see the Ford of Jeff Weimer, the Toyota of Nick Johnson. We're back green. You'll see those two Penske Fords get out to the front. With Johnson trying to battle tough on the top side, he'll get it. But here comes Frank DeAngelis making his way back inside the top 5. Going to get underneath the 60 of Jeff Weimer. Side by side here. Kind of a 3-car breakaway there. Frank had to battle with that 60 machine. Have to try to make up some time here to get up towards the front. Fortunately, I think the more these cars get spread out, I think it's the harder it's going to be on the computer. So we really are trying our best to make something happen, but we do really apologize for this, everybody at home. Trying our best. So tweaking around with OBS settings, I'm tweaking around with iRacing settings. Obviously, there's not a whole lot I can do with the SDK side of things, but Justin Johnson continuing to lead here. 527. The push halfway in stage 1. Teammate Mark Gonzalez back there in P2. Nicholas Johnson, last 6 winner, makes his way up inside the top turn. Frank DeAngelis. What a race for this number 47 machine. No, he's got speed, just hasn't been able to show it either. I don't know if it's just bad luck or what, but just has not been able to get up towards the front. We know he's been caught up in a couple of incidents throughout the season, but now up here inside the top 4. And Chris Otto up 25 spots. Didn't set a qualifying lap. Now up in here inside the top 5. Battles further on back here. Louis Lossing trying to make a pass here on Stevens here. Make the pass work. Steven keeps the P12 spot. They're trying to run their way back down inside the top 10, but here comes a good run out of Will Austin. Gonna drive it down there in the 1 and 2. I've been able to make this pass yet. Balance for the on back. Give your favorites for tonight's race back here outside the top 15. Oh, but they came down pit road though not that long ago. The 51, that's a 24. Inflated Volby. I don't mind this, strategy that Damien has at least, because remember, this is his only start, so he's not really playing his cards to like get stage points and stuff like that. He's playing his cards to win the race. So looks like there's probably a decent chance that neither the 24 of Flynn are gonna get stage points. Obviously, Flynn needs them a little bit more than the 51 does. This is probably one of maybe the only race that Damien might do this season. So we'll just have to see if he decides to do some more down the road. We're starting to get some breakaways now. See Jeff Weimer. He's this first car like outside this front pack here. The front 5 roll out in front. We'll see Frank DeAngelis now. He got around the 20. Nicholas Johnson's starting to fall off to this pack. Chris Otto's going to try to pounce here sooner than later on this 20 machine. Nine machine. Caught up to the back end of the 20, but 20 doing a good job holding off. Power charging 9 machine. Chris Otto. Justin Johnson, I mean, what a race for him in the first 36 laps of this race. Looking pretty good right now. Got his teammate, Mark Gonzalez, behind him. And, you know, with these two out front, it's kind of dangerous because, you know, from racing personally, this Team Penske organization is such a team-oriented thing, right? Frank might be faster, but Mark is not going to just let him go. Not only because he wants the spot, but because he wants to keep these two cars in front. He doesn't want Frank to come up and separate them and potentially put both of them in a bad spot and just put really the team in a bad spot. I will see if Frank can get back to Mark, if Mark will just let him go right now. It's a long race, obviously. Not even, you know, a third yet into this race yet. We're just approaching a quarter of the way done, so. Frank DeAngelis trying to, you know, stay in touch. They kind of first through third, kind of the gap a little pretty equal here. About 7/10 back to is Gonzalez, and then, you know, over a second half back is DeAngelis. Oh, as Frank gets into the outside wall. That one hit, and he lost almost a second right there from that one hit. Before throwing back, everybody just kind of finding their own pace. Nick Johnson back here, Chris Otto back there in P5. Cody Meadows has driven his way back up inside the top 6. For Walker. Jeff Weimer, Will Austin ends out the top 10. Further on up here. 22 continues to lead here as we approach 10 to go here in stage 1. Now, I am interested for this 22. He can make it this whole 50 laps. He has not come down pit road yet. He's the only driver to not pit. Mark pitted on lap 10. Blake Nicholas basically second through 7th. Or 8th. Did it all on lap 1 on 14th. And then Jeff Weimer back there in P9 last pitted on lap 2. That first caution he came down pit road. So I'm not sure what fuel mileage looks like here for these cars. Knowing Justin, if he couldn't make it to the end of the stage, I think he would have pitted during one of these cautions. So I'm pretty sure that this 22 and even like the 60 of Weimer can probably make it on fuel here. There's no reason for him to stay out for all these laps if he couldn't. So. Everybody kind of spread out right now. Jeff Weimer starting to get pressured here towards the end of stage 1 by this 3 machine. Both these guys are going to get stage points. Will Lawson wants just that extra one if he can get there. We see the 3 at the back now, that dirty air playing effect here at Indy. And dirty air was already kind of bad back in the old next gen. I can't even imagine how bad it is now with how these new updates have been, where like dirty air is really the key to the game here. And Will's there. He wants to try to make a move sooner or later. He's kind of within striking range. By navigating that dirty air, it just looks like that's what all these drivers are having to deal with, is the dirty air. Oh, the 3 underneath the 60. Will make the pass here for that P9 position. Just got a little bit of a ways back to get back to P11, so he can hold on here for what, 7-8 on more laps. So to get those last stage points, he's got Parker Strainer. Oh, is Jeff Weimer in? But Jeff could not make it on fuel, so now that questions whether once again this 22 can make it. Frank DeAngelis really falling off the back end of those top 3 now. Maybe burning up those tires a little bit. And I know Frank that he's going to try to keep the car clean. His caution is out. I don't see anybody. That's Frank. You're slowing down for the pace car. I don't see a wreck. On my side, at least. Happen here? Oh man, I think this was under caution. Mike Iskandar spinning it out. Going back left. I can't find why that caution came out, honestly. ATVO is freaking, and SDK is freaking out here. With the blinking, unfortunately. We do apologize once again for this. I have no idea why this is happening. If I can get word if this is going to be staged, that'd be nice, because we are going to take a commercial break after stage. try to continue to navigate these issues that we're seeing right now on the sim. Because the caution came out on lap 44, which means it could be a 1-lap dash here. Or a green white checkered for the stage. Why I imagine seeing some guys stay out here. Saw some guys come down Brickyard. They're gonna flip the stage here most likely. The rest of these guys, and a lot of these guys are the guys who need the stage points, like the Meadows, like the Gonzalez. You know, Mark did jump up in the points quite a bit here, after his win at Richmond, but I have a feeling we should have a green white checkered here to end stage 1. And so the first guys so Justin Johnson, who was your race leader, who came down Brickyard, he'll come out P16. So depending on how hard he wants to push those tires, he could maybe get him into the top 10 if he tries hard enough. But if I'm, the 22 and those guys who pitted, I'm not pushing all. I'm sitting back there and I'm just going to save these tires here for these 2 laps, because 2 laps here around Indy's quite a bit of distance here compared to maybe like a 1.5 miles or something like that. So give them 2 by 2 once again. Lights are off on the pace car. One, 2, 3, and 4. That's funny because this 20 has been consistently one of the cars who hasn't blinked this whole race. See a couple. You see the 62. These other guys, I don't know. But everybody else I've been having issues with tonight. See the pace car take a hard left turn down pit road once again. Be the 2 and the 22. And lead us back to green. A green white checker here to end stage 1. Cody Meadows with a good jump off his teammate. I hear wrecking. That would indicate, yes, a wreck. Just like that. Stage 1 will end under caution. Mark Gonzalez will catch up back to the pace car here. Cross the line. Mark Gonzalez wins stage 1. Cody Meadows will come home P2. Thomas Flynn We thought he wasn't going to get stage points at all where he was running. But get P3, Crisato P4, Greg Lautenschlager P5, Justin Barkley P6, Jason Steptoe, Walker Stranahan, Joey Maines, and Chris Bishop be the guys who get your stage points here for stage 1. I'm going to take another step away. Guys, back to commercial. We're going to continue to troubleshoot these linking issues, but congratulations to Mark Gonzalez on stage 1 here from Indy.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
As we welcome you back here to Indianapolis Motor Speedway, just currently working on some visual bugs here. We'll wait on all the paint schemes to load. We had to get out of the session to reload some of these textures and stuff like that. help maybe with the blinking here. So waiting on all these paint schemes to load is we'll take you back trackside here from Indy. We do appreciate the patience here. Hopefully the blinking is subsided. We'll just have to see here once we get back going green. Justin Johnson is taking the point back. We're green once again here from Indy. Remember, these guys are the guys who flipped the stage here. Hit it on lap 45. They've kind of flipped the stage here. They'll get the track position at the start of stage 2. You see them fanning back in the back, 3-4 wide. Eric Ferris has made her way inside the top 10 for the first time this race. It's passed by the 24. I think maybe some older tires on that 21. Just trying to get out of the way here. And hold up the 54. Gonna try to let that Penske teammate pass. Cody Meadows. He gets himself inside the top 10. Justin Johnson. Still leading the field here. You got Frank the Angels back there in P2. Caution is out. Doesn't show on the SDK who wrecked here. I don't know if we're going to be able to show you what happened. Some cars. Looks like they're going to come down pit side here. They will. Come Justin Johnson. Gonna take about himself, and then the back half of the field basically gonna come down pit road. So big loss of track position here for this 22, but obviously I think he's got something else on plan here. Didn't come out. He'll come back out all the way back there in 23rd behind his teammate, actually. Mark Gonzalez down pit road as well with him. Seen those two kind of stick together throughout the whole race, so not surprised to see that. But Frank DeAngelis will take the lead here. I think he'll lead his first laps here from Indy through this pit strategy of Justin Johnson coming down pit road here. Frank will lead his first laps here in the Brickyard 400. Christopher Walker in 84, up 30 spots up there in that P2 position. Getting ready to go green here. See the 47 of DeAngelis on the bottom in that Chevy Camaro. And that 84 Toyota Camry. Frank DeAngelis on that inside will take the point here. He'll start lap 58 here from Indy. Honestly, a pretty good jump out of Walker. 84. He's going to stay side by side with the 47 of DeAngelis here when in 1 and 2. But Frank with that bottom line will clear. He'll take that lead away. But Walker all over the back end of that 47 machine. Johnson is making his way up through the field. You're shifting out of that 10 machine. Caution out once again. Like a big one here in the back. Something happens with Cody Meadows here, it looks like. Take a look at Cody if we can find him here. The 12 machine. Cody on the bottom. 54 of Barkley on the top. Cody just kind of gets loose on his own. Saves it. Or, oh, maybe he does. No, he does not. The downward spiral for this 12 machine continues to happen. Somehow no meatball on that car. I don't even see the left front rolling on that machine. But, man. Maybe it's a car thing. Maybe, you know, Cody said at the start of the season that 12 just might be cursed. Leah Ferris didn't have a lot of success in it. Obviously, I drove that 12 machine for a little bit of time. Made it to the championship for, but never won, right? Cody Meadows, not the season he's won in here in that 12 machine. There's some drivers coming down Perry Road, led by Mike Iskandar. This isn't a shock at all to see all these drivers down Perry Road. I mean, we're only 20 laps away from the end of stage 2, right? Remember, these drivers have 7 sets of tires. So the tires aren't the issue here. Like Cody Meadows will come down and take his fast repair. Now, something we haven't really talked about yet. You know, these fast repairs are going to keep these drivers in the race. The drivers that are going to have to, I mean, they're in a bit disadvantage now. Not even halfway done in the race, and that get out of jail free card gets used up early. Looks like the top 10 comes out of pit road, comes down pit road. Everybody outside the top 10, I mean, stays out. That leaves Frank DeAngelis back here, still leading the race. Christopher Walker, Jimmy Johnson, Thaddeus Friel, Damian Mulvey, Thomas Flynn, Jason Steptoe, Parker Strandrett, and Chris Bishop. A lot of these guys, remember, hit it back there on lap 49. So lap 45, that around that plethora of time. They don't think they need the tires yet. I mean, they've only ran, you know, like for instance, those guys who put on lap 49, they've only ran 10 laps. You know, they can hold on for another 20 here. They save a set. Once again, I don't really blame a lot of these guys. I mean, we have 7 sets of tires. A lot of these guys have maybe used, what, 2, 3 tops, right? And we're approaching the halfway point in this race. If you've got the tires, you might as well use them. It'd be a shame, you know, someone lost their race due to tire wear, and they had 2 sets of tires sitting in the pits here at the end, right? They decided to, you know, take the track position over, you know, the fresh Goodyear tires, and they had, you know, 2 or 3 tires sitting in the pits, and then take advantage of them. And once again, we'll get a repeat of that last restart. Will be the 47 of Frank DeAngelis on the top, on the bottom. My apologies. Christopher Walker in that 84 on top. Remember, Walker got a pretty good jump with that 47. Got to use that side draft to keep him back, but 47 with the bottom lane was able to clear. Then we got that caution pretty early. Can the 84 do something a little bit different and maybe stay side by side going into 1 and 2? Try to take the spot away, but we'll just have to see as we get ready to get back into the restart zone. There's a 47 of Frank DeAngelis leads us back to green. Ooh, that's not allowed. Christopher Walker changing lanes before we got to the flag. We'll be interested to see what they do about that. Jimmy Johnson gets in an outside wall. Battling further on back. I hear crashing in the back, as we do have crashing. Steven Sear really tore up here on the wall. What happened back here? Oh, man. Tony Meadows involved in another one. It looks like that all started with Steven Sear. We see someone's engine expire. So Steven up here. It's up in that outside wall. The 9 nowhere to go. Here comes a 43. Up and over the 16. Wow. And I'll definitely a caution. That just looked like, I don't know if the 5 got loose and kind of walked it up the track and just KO'd the outside wall. Something happened to that 5 that made it, you know, make contact with the outside wall, and caution will be out. 10th caution here, only on lap 63. So on average, we ran about 6 laps per caution. Maria talked about the pre-race that she didn't want this to happen. I think she might have commentator changed the field here. We've not been able to keep these things going all night. Oh my God, Cody Miles, it looks like his car was actually pretty tore up here from this incident. Oh, but he just used this fast repair. I don't know if he was going slow on purpose or what it looked like. I mean, it looks like he's got a little bit of right foot damage, but it looked like it, yeah. A little stop and go. I think he was just coming in and check to see if he had damage. I think the 22. Justin Johnson has some damage on this machine. Get a better shot at this. Our TV1 camera is getting the best shot. You see that little dimple on the front end? What a shame. Remember, this 22 has been dominant all race, but remember, decided to take a little bit of a different strategy, come down and take, you know, the tires and put him in the middle of the field here. And this is what happens when you're not leading the race. This is what happens when you put yourself in kind of a interesting spot as you get caught up in these incidents. But you see already some damage getting fixed on this 22, and here he comes out of pit road. But Frank DeAngelis will now continue to lead, and it's no surprise, right? I mean, Frank's had a top 5 car all race. And now has the track position. He's been able to keep on to this lead, so. Had a rocky start this iSNF career. Definitely showing flashes of speed. But has also been, caught up in a lot of wrecks throughout, his first couple of races here in the iSNF Cup Series. Leaning out the drivers out of the race early. Blake Holick, Gavin Austin, Don Blazier, Matt Metler, John Hopley. Like, still a down pit road, but what a shame for some of those drivers. Gavin Austin out early. Remember, in contention to win at Richmond. Wish they couldn't get it done there with the fuel strategy that came into play there. I think everybody, if they can make it to the end, wants to try to race to win for this crown jewel, right? You see the lights off on the pace car. We'll be going ready to get green here. 15 laps to go in stage 2. Frank DeAngelis will take charge once again here as we get ready to go back into the restart zone. See that pace car take a hard left turn on the pit road, and it's going to be the 84, the 47 once again. The 10 and the 51 going to round out that fast four. Another good jump by the 47. That time the 10 did not let that 48 get down. Going to be side by side for that P2 position. Jimmy Johnson, Christopher Walker. Ooh, tight race in there. The 10 had to back out there. Walker will take away that P2 position once again. Ready to come out of turn 2. Walker blocking that 10 almost all the way down to the grass there. I want to give up that P2 position, but here comes the 10 with a good lunge down here in the 1 and the 3. Down the short chute, side by side going into turn 4. Oh, the 51's going to get in the back of the 84. I don't think that was on purpose, but Mulvey. Oh, it's going to get wrecked. Now, this is going to be pretty controversial. We're going to go back and take a look and see. Obviously, we saw the 48 get the bumper put to him here. If he took, you see right there, the 51 get a little bit tied up into the corner and get in the back end of this 48. Keeps off of him, lets him save it. 51's got to run here. I mean, it looks like he's turning left. Go in his cockpit here. I mean, it's hard to tell because once again, in these next gens, you're going to have the offset to where, look. Right there, look. I mean, his wheel's to the right. On exit. I mean, so it's really hard to see. But in my opinion, you could clearly see the car going to the left here, turning down the track, up into the quarter panel of the 51. He's going to hook him. Continue to just to see him. Now you see right there, in first, continuing to push him down the backstretch instead of braking, lifting, turning left, doing something. Yeah, I mean, that's pretty. I mean, I'm not going to say it's on purpose, but it does definitely look bad for that number 84 machine. Back out here. Frank DeAngelis continues to stay out. So we're still right on that dot, basically. Of every 6 laps, we'll get a caution here from um, Indy, which is funny because that means we're only doing about 2 laps under green. Remember, when we get the caution to come out, we do 3 laps, 3 to 4 laps. Under pacing, we'll do the 1 lap to get up to the pace car. We'll do the 1 lap, for pit cycles. Then we'll go back to 2 to green, and then we'll go back to 1 to green, and then we'll go green again. So it's usually a 4 to 5 lap. It's honestly, we're getting maybe 1 to 2 laps under green every one of these restarts. So I just really hope and pray that, we can get this done. I mean, we've been live for almost 2 hours, and we're not even halfway done with this race. So and not to talk about this, but High Velocity TV does have another broadcast we have to cover tonight. The UIS QRS Cup Series it's the championship race. That should start around 7 o'clock Central Time. And at this rate, it's going to be right on the dot if we're going to be able to make that if they continue the wreck. Not only that, you have to think about the timer. I'm not sure how much time is left in the session. She usually makes these races about 4 hours long. Usually Rhea does. We're about an hour and a half into the race, and we're not even halfway. So once we hit halfway, there is a possibility that we'll be right on that time limit potentially. Once again, it'll be Frank DeAngelis. And now it's gonna be Jimmy Johnson. As that 84 obviously brought out that caution with the 51 of Moldy. So there'll be a different front row this time. That'll be a Chevy front row. Toyota Ford rounds out that second row. As the 23 is Steptoe. He made his way up inside the top 3. Mark Gonzalez back up here inside top 5. You're ready to go green once again. The pace car. Hard left turn down pit road. Get a 47 in that 10 machine. In this back to green is who we look at. Frank DeAngelis as we get ready to go back into the restart zone. I'll be green here. 11 laps to go in stage 2. Go jump out of the 47 and go jump out of the 10. For Johnson, Steptoe. Then back there in P3. And here comes Will Austin underneath the 2 machine. Mark Gonzalez. I'm able to keep the spot there, and you're already starting to see the snaking here on this backstretch. trying to negate the draft that these cars generate here down these long straightaways here. Frank snaking up and down the track here. You'll see some drivers not snake, right? You saw the two not snake, but Will Austin and also underneath him. Trying to take that spot away to 71 at Bishop. Almost there's, oh, step toe loose. See some drivers try to take advantage here of this 23, losing some speed. Jason Septo goes from P3 all the way outside the top 5, back there in 6th. I'm going to battle the 71 for the P5 position. Looks like Jason will keep it for now. Brent Angelis starting to pull away from the rest of the field here. You hear Frank turning off the car. I'm on board with Frank. Caution is out. The Gabe Ledger, Larry Fairman involved in something here in the back. Larry up the track, gets it to the side of the 8. Now no go. Oh, Larry up the track once again. Hold the brakes. Caution will wave. That's not going to quite end the stage yet. You hear Frank. See that pace car all the way back there. What Frank's doing is he's getting a big gap here. He's just gonna put the clutch in. Make everybody catch back up to him. Trying to save as much fuel as he can. That tells me right now that Frank's not planning on pitting. They go through 3 and 4. Jason Steptoe will come in. He'll bring the 20. Nicholas Johnson, no. Nicholas decides to stay out here. Wants the track position for the stage. And everybody outside the top 20, yeah, I don't blame them for coming down. Gonna flip the stage here, so. Now the question is, can Frank make it to the end, right? I think his best friend is another cautioner early, which historically we've gotten within the first 2 or 3 laps. And the data shows all race long. And we've gotten a caution within the first couple laps of every restart, so. And we'll be crossing the line here, one to go to start at 75, which is that threshold. If we get within 5 to go, stage is official. So really all Frank needs to do is hope that we get a caution here within the next couple laps so he can make it on field to the end of the stage. Frank takes out once again. So from here on out, if we get a caution, we either need to run to lap 80, or if we wreck any time before we get to lap 80, stage will be official. Whoever out in front will get their first stage win here from Indianapolis. Unless, you know that too, if something happens to the 47 or the 10, Mark Gonzalez has the opportunity to sweep the stages here for the Brickyard 400. Lights off on the pace car. Coming into 3 and 4. Coming out of 4, actually. Does Frank get the lucky caution he needs? Or will he have to pit before we get to lap 80? Just have to see here. We'll see the 47, the 10, the 3, and the 2. Chevy top 3. And that 2 of Mark Gonzalez back there in 4th. Frank with a good start. Will Austin also with a good jump. Oh, the 3 loose! Wrecking! And just like that, Frank just strategized his way to his first stage win here in the iSNF Cup Series. Here for Season 7. Take a look back and see what happened to the 3 machine. Looks like he just got loose off corner exit. We'll see if he got any help. Looks like he just got loose on his own. Grabs the 10. What a save by the 10. Jimmy Johnson. Let's go back there and look off the back end of this 10 machine. Side by side. 3 gets loose, comes up and tags him. Oh man, look at that. 3 will go around. Does the 3 get hit at all when he stopped here in the middle of the track? He does get hit. Oh man. 97. And who was that guy down there? Completely KO'd. That's the 62. Oh, man. And Fabricio gets him there. Oh, we just didn't see him there. See the right front completely off that car. Tough break for that number 3 machine. We're going to attempt to open up Discord here. I apologize about the Discord logo up on the screen here. But we did close out a Discord just to be able to get as much resources out of the computer as we could. See if we can load it up without linking and I wanted to talk to Frank DeAngelis. I don't think I see him. So, fortunate. Lights will go off on the pace car. We'll be starting stage 2 on lap 80 instead of ending. No, we'll be starting stage 3 on lap 80 instead of ending stage 2 on lap 80. So I was talking to Frank earlier this week about him racing here in the Cup Series. I was talking about him being frustrated that he was supposedly out of the playoffs. I haven't really looked at the playoff standings, as we can do that right now, actually. Let's go ahead and take a look at our playoff standings here. Thomas Flynn, Justin Johnson, Chris Otto, Carlos Roberson, Mark Gonzalez, Jeff Weimer, Nicholas Johnson. Yeah, and look at this. Frank outside the top 18. If he continues up this work, might be in a good spot. You see Frank the Angels back there in 20th, 124 points. That driver versus, Thomas Flynn, 241, or Justin Johnson, 241 points. So a lot of a gap that Frank has to make up here, but doing a good job here. Pretty sure finished pretty well in stage 1. Maybe. I don't particularly remember. Obviously here won stage 2. Is in here and he's I would say top 3, top 4 car in this race. The front runners haven't really made their way back up towards the front. Mark Gonzalez back there in P2, but Justin Johnson, after getting that damage, has not been able to drive his way up through the field. So we'll have to see what Frank can do here. And you'll see the pace car pull off, and we'll start stage 3. We've just crossed the halfway point in this year's Brickyard 400, but it'll be the 47 and the 10 once again, leading us back to green. A pretty good jump by the 10. Not gonna be enough to get the lead. It's probably not even gonna enough to keep P2 here, because here comes Mark Gonzalez there on the bottom. Oh, maybe it will. Mark gets a little bit tight, has to lift out of the gas there. Jimmy Johnson will keep that race lead. Mark looking underneath now. Make the pass, put that number 2 up to the P2 spot. Nick Johnson, oh, off the bumper of the 71. And there they go. What a save. No, here they go in the back. I think that's the 6 of Chuck Cobb. We saw the 71 and the 20 get together. They save it. What happened to the 6 here? They're wrecking up here in the front. See the smoke up ahead. Comes down on his teammate. 17. Enough, he kind of saves it off the outside wall there, but Ashton will once again wave here from Indy. Car is gonna maybe come down pit road. No, fake out. No, the 10 will come down pit road. You'll take some cars down him. It looks like the 10, the 20, the 54. Basically that back half of the field once again, like we've seen throughout the race. It's funny to see that the factors of the race have changed, but the dynamics of the race haven't, right? Saw this earlier this race where Justin Johnson, he led what, the first 30 some, 40 some odd laps, and no one could touch him. Remember, he came down, gave up the track position, basically hand-wrapped this lead to Frank DeAngelis here, and Frank hasn't given up the lead since he's gotten it, so granted, I do think that the reason why this lead is so crucial is because of the cautions tonight. 14 cautions, and we're barely halfway. Remember, you guys said I think I remember right. The record amount of cautions we've had here, 25. We're on pace to break that. So if we keep up this pace, we're actually set to get 26 cautions here tonight. if we continue to do this kind of average of like 6 laps per caution, not on top of that, that's not even including green, white, checkered. So if we're gonna say green, white, checkered as well, we're on pace to get 28 cautions tonight. Hopefully that doesn't happen. We need a long green flag run, not only for like us drivers. I know these drivers do not want to continue the pace and sit around, but for us as a network, we apologize. I don't even know how the thumbnail got put up there. My apologies, everybody. Yeah, I mean, for the sake of the fans, for the sake of the drivers, for the sake of the network, we have another broadcast we have to do later tonight that I have to do. It's not like that I can ask someone else to do it tonight. One of our other producers, Riley Maxwell, that we just signed, is racing in the UIS Cup Series. So you can't step on and do it. So hopefully we can get this race underway and get some laps under our belt here. We cannot afford to continue to have these cautions. Just crossed halfway here. Again, it's going to be Blink DeAngelis leading the point here. See that pace car take a hard left turn down pit road. It's going to be the 47 and the 2. Chevy forward front row. We get ready to go back into that restart zone for the 15th time, and we're green once again. Gonzalez with a good launch there. Gonna be side by side out of turn 2. Caution is out. Who's it gonna give that spot to? It's gonna give it to the 47. Wow. That's really interesting. Looks like Jason Steptoe caught up in a crash here. I'll have to see what happened here between this 23 and it looks like maybe the 60 of Weimer. Oh, the 22 gets at the back of the 60. Nowhere to go for the 23, and that 60 machine is completely tore up. So is that 23. It looks like no left front tire on that Chumba Casino machine. Joshua Wave, just nowhere to go for the 23. 60. I won't say he got ran over, but like just some racing deal there. But it did give Gonzalez the lead. I mean, I saw Frank pulling away like maybe he was the 47 who got it, but it looks like iRacing did give the lead back to the 2. He was clearly in front when the caution came out, so yeah, I just hope that these drivers can figure it out, man. Still got at least 20 cars on track, and looks like maybe 24 left, really left. DJ Farmer back there in 25th, and his car is completely toast. Everybody else on track is left early here by Mindy. I just hope, and you'd figure as the car count dwindles down, as we see a lot here in the iSNF Cup Series, that we could maybe get some longer green flag laps here, but there might just be something in the air here, Speedway Indiana, that's just making these guys be a little more aggressive than we want. But We see the lights off on the pace car once again. The lights go up on the pace car once again. We'll take that hard left turn back on the pit road. Arkansas, the 47 of DeAngelis. Lead us back to green here. The 77, the 71, those two Spire teammates going to be in that fast forward. We get ready to go back green here to start lap 88. Really good jump by the two. Get out in front. 47 at DeAngelis will follow it in suit. Single file for the most part up here in the top 10. You see the 71 starting to fall back here through the field. Bishop having an issue. You see Craig Lockenslaughter. He's made his way up to the front. First time we've seen him really towards the front this whole race. As the fast drivers fall, have to look at some of these drivers who take advantage of the mistakes that the drivers in front of them have done. Craig's done a good job of, taking advantage of the guys who have made mistakes. Cody Meadows fights his way back inside the top 5 after a long day for this 12 team. Still a long ways to go here, but right now, still showing a little bit of fight out of this 12 machine. Single file. This is, it's sad to say this is our longest run of the race. So hopefully we keep this up. Hopefully I didn't just jinx the field here, but take a battle back here. Mulvey, Barkley. Having a little bit of a battle out here, right inside the top 10. Hopefully, keeps the spot for now. Further on back here, the 10 and the 8 on their blanket. Saw Jimmy running up towards the front here. In down pit road. He's on lap 81. Just gonna have to drive his way through the field. Side by side here for the P12 position. Oh, and the 8 will knock down the wall there out of 4. Somehow keeps the spies. Oh, they're wrecking in the back there. I think that's Steven Sear. Oh, my Lord. A lot of damage to that 5 machine. I'm surprised he just didn't take it down pit road there. That car is completely destroyed. Tough break for the 5 team. Back up to the front though. Mark Gonzalez starting to pull away from the rest of the field here. He's got about a little over a second advantage over Frank DeAngelis in the 47. Greg Slaughter. Slowly getting ran down by 12 of Cody Meadows. His teammate back there in the 22 following in pursuit. Joining me up in the booth is Caution Waves Gavin Austin. Daniel Mosteller joins us up in the HBTV booth here for the latter half of this race. I'll have to take a look and see. Happened.
Decent amount of damage on that front left and left side of the vehicle there.
Take a look and see what happened to Jeff here. A lot of crashes tonight, so oh man, it's a 41.
That's Bob.
Bob Wyckoff. Looks like Bob got loose on his own accord. We'll see what happened to Bob here. We're right on the nose cam here. Bob. Loose out of the corner. Tries to keep it out of that inside wall and up the track he'll come and tries to lock it down. Nowhere for, and I don't, honestly, if I'm, you know, Jeff, I don't expect that. I mean, yeah, he's coming up the track, but you don't think he's going to come all the way up the track here. In that sort of fashion, just like a swoop right-hand turn. Fortunately, Bob gets him in the left rear, and a lot of damage on both those machines.
Yeah, definitely at the pace they're going. I mean, Jeff was approaching 180 miles per hour to turn 4, and it just happened so quick. And obviously, yeah, like you mentioned, you don't expect a car to fly up the track from the inside lane like that. So definitely a scare for Jeff. But luckily, the damage, it's you know, sucks to get damaged, but it could have definitely been a lot worse. I think, you know, Jeff could get it fixed up and get back out on track and run up to pace.
That's the goal here, is once again under caution for the 16th time this race. And, you know, Gavin, you were in this race for a couple laps, I could say. Do you think the wrecking is just caused by, is it a car issue? Is it just really hard to drive today? Or do you think it's just aggressiveness of the drivers? Obviously, crown jewel event here for the Brickyard 400. Do you think it's maybe just some people getting a little antsy?
I honestly think it might be a mixture of both. I thought, in my opinion, the car handled pretty well when I was out on track, but you could definitely tell it could be a little bit tricky for some people, and I also think aggressiveness has a part in that, as we've seen, a lot of wrecks, obviously taking place with multiple drivers racing each other hard. Um, and I think aggressiveness definitely plays a huge factor in the cautions we've had in today's race.
It's definitely interesting to see the chaos ensue, I guess, if you want to call it that. 16th caution, we're only 96 laps into the event. I did the math. If at the pace that we were getting a caution about every 6 laps. We're on board for, at the bare minimum, 26 cautions tonight, and we're lucky enough to get a little bit of a green flag run there, about what 5-6 laps there before that caution came out. So a little bit of a pleasant surprise, but as the cars continue to get damaged and get wrecked out, I feel like that's what we expect here. Is as the car count starts to dwindle, the racing, the green flags should get longer as we go.
Yeah, most definitely. I'm really looking forward to a long run, play out and see what will go on. We got Frank who just pit to take some 4 fresh tires. I'd like to see him work his way up through the field and see a long green flag run and see how this kind of plays out. But we still have Mark Gonzalez in the lead in that number 2 Penske machine at the moment, with his teammate right behind him in second.
That's gonna be interesting to see how these Team Penske Fords come to play. I mean, obviously we saw Justin Johnson kind of dominate, that first kind of stage, that first kind of quarter mark of the race, gave up the track position, and now hasn't really been able to find his way back up towards the front. But Mark has, been consistently, off and on up there towards the front throughout the race. And, Cody, he's had splashes of success tonight, but he's also been one of the cars that have definitely gotten caught up in a couple of wrecks tonight.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting, and I'm honestly looking forward to this Penske front row and, how they're going to, I'm wondering if Cody's going to try to race Mark or if they're just going to try to single file out and run away, because they know that there's a good number of cars with fresh 4 tires not too far behind them, with Frank, I believe, who, starting within the top 10. So we're going to see how, those cars who pit work their way up through these slower leader cars.
Mark last pitted on lap 56. Cody lap 63. The freshest tires, besides Frank DeAngelis back there at P10, is the 54 of Justin Barkley. He has significantly fresher tires than these kind of front 4 guys. He last pitted on lap 81, as well as the 20 of Nicholas Johnson. So obviously, with the caution laps, we don't really know how wore out these tires are, right? I mean, Mark obviously last pitted a while ago, almost 40 laps ago. But we have been, pacing for probably 2/3 of these laps. So I'm interested to see how well these older tires are going to hold up versus, Frank in the brand new fresh tires.
I do definitely think if we get about 10 laps under green flag racing, I think we'll definitely start to see these cars falling back to the back. But Frank did just announce that he will have to leave the race within 20 minutes. So that is something to play in mind. If obviously I think he's still going to try to get up to the lead here, but we do know that he won't be able to finish this race.
An unfortunate set of events for that 47, but for someone that quick, I don't think that's going to be anything that someone's upset about with how quick he was. But pace car is going to take the hard left turn down pit road. And the 2 Penske Fords, the 2 of Gonzalez, the 12 of Cody Meadows as we're back green.
Great jump by those Fords, and that's going to allow Cody Meadows to single file out right behind the number 2 machine of Mark Gonzalez.
And you see 2x2 back there. That's exactly what these 2 guys in front want to see. Is the 88.
Oh,
he's going to go around
into the outside wall. Mark Gonzalez also hit the wall pretty hard up there in the lead, as well as he's fallen back now to the top 5.
We missed the 2. Making some contact there as your race leader, but we'll go ahead and take a look back at Thaddeus here. We saw it live, but it just looks like he got tight trying to walk it up the track, and unfortunately the 24 was there. And the 24 walled himself, trying to give that 88 room, and fortunately for him, he gets turned in this number 88 machine.
Yeah, as Cody Metals has started to pull away from the cars behind them, as we got the 24 and the 20 battling it out for second right now. That's Thomas Flynn and Nicholas Johnson. You know, with, I believe that's the 54 right behind them. Yeah, 54 of Justin Barkley.
That's definitely interesting. I expected the caution to come out there with the 99 turned backwards there. That's why we kind of went to that replay, but I'm going to keep it green here from Indy, and you see now Justin trying to make a move on this 24. They're going to be side by side going into turn 3.
Still side by side on the exit. That's going to allow Nicholas Johnson to pull away just a little bit. And look at that, Mark Gonzalez right behind them. I thought he dropped back a little bit further than that, but he's still sitting there in the top 5.
See this side by side action. You're going to see this 54 try to get up there. Side draft. Did you see it? Going to just continue to slow them down. They need to figure out. They're going to get in front here. They're going to continue to race each other this hard. Going to slow them down as caution will wave once again.
Believe that's the end of stage 2. Cody Meadows will take the checkered flag.
Tony Meadows. Remember, he's needed a good points day. Got the track position, obviously. Kind of, I wouldn't say hope from his teammate, but his teammate obviously getting upset there in that outside wall, kind of and wrap this lead to the 12, and Cody Meadows will take stage 2 here. He needs those points really bad. So I know how I bet you he's gonna be happy to see that when he finally caught a break here, especially in one of these crown jewel events.
Now, it is going to be interesting with this top 5 pitting. I expect Frank Dangerous to stay out after taking those fresh tires and fuel the last stop. I'm kind of curious on how, you know, that those few lap differences on tires is going to handle with him in the front.
It's going to be definitely interesting, and obviously we do have Daniel Mostola up in the booth, and Demos, you know, when it comes to these tires, I mean, I feel like you would probably know better than me or Gavin with, you know, your experience on the sim. Is there kind of a threshold here at Indy that you could tell, you know, that the tires are going to start to fail, or especially like with Frank, who's going to stay out here?
No, not really. I don't think there's going to be that big of a difference with only 5 laps on the tires for the people that had just pitted. What I think they were doing was to flip the stage to get track position because passing seems to be a challenge. But I think the people that do pit here are going to try and stretch it on fuel with all the yellows that we've had and the kind of the vibe of the race. I think they're going to try to stretch it on fuel. I believe the 2, Mark Gonzalez, he made it about 50 laps on his tank. So it's definitely possible if you get enough caution laps. So something to think about.
Yeah, exactly. And especially, you just brought it up there, Demos, with the caution laps. That's the prime opportunity at a big racetrack like this to save a lot of fuel. All right, you can just go in there and maybe just blip the throttle a little bit, get a little bit above pace car speed, just you know, put the clutch in and just try to save as much fuel as you can. And obviously, like you just said there, Demos, Mark did a really good job, you know, keeping that car out in front as long as he can. And I feel like even though we had the older tires, that does a testament to, you know, how the tire wear is going to be. Because I mean, he almost ran 50 laps on that set. And you saw, you know, the tires start to get upset there, but once again, now it's 50 laps versus that 5 laps set that, you know, Frank and Justin and some of the other guys who are going to stay out are going to have.
Yes, and you should also take into account that not all 50 laps will run under green. So the tire wear, it's not as much as if you went a full 50 laps green. The tires really aren't wearing that much, which is why I like the idea of flipping the stage to get track position and leapfrog ahead of the people that have just pitted right here.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I mean, it's a good move here, especially. I mean, you know, we'll have to see. You know, these guys who flip the stage, obviously they're going to be a little bit more of at a disadvantage on fuel. But Gavin, you know, Demos talked about passing. You obviously ran a couple laps here before you got taken out. The dirty air, something we have to talk about. How bad is it here at Indy, and is that a big testament of why it's hard to pass?
Dirty air definitely plays a big factor in the you know, with these cars at this track. Sadly, I couldn't really get much experience today with it. But I could definitely, you know, tell that the dirty air and you know, there was a ton in these cars. But I think it is a little bit easy to kind of play against or handle, I should say. Um, and obviously we haven't seen enough passes, but I think if they set up the corner just right, they might be able to get up to the cars in front. But honestly, with my experience I had today, not a lot. Honestly, could not exactly tell you.
And from my perspective up in the booth, it looks like a lot of the cars that are making passes are kind of in the middle of the pack, right? And they have that car behind them to almost kind of like at a speedway, right? Kind of push them out to the car that they're trying to get around. And as long as I feel like you can get to that inside lane and kind of force that car you're trying to pass to kind of play defensive on top, it's a little bit easier to get around. But it seems like when we get single file it, and it's been pretty difficult to pass here as the laps have gone through.
And I believe the top 5 are the only cars that stayed out. So they're the 5 cars that flipped the stage, and we're going to see them take the green flag with a Chevy Ford front row.
It looks like actually the top 7 looks like stayed out. Everybody, all those top cars from the top 7 did a lap on lap 95. So yeah, he must have tried to flip the stage here. So it'll be DeAngelis Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, Greg Lautenschlager, Chris Bishop, James Bolson, and Damian Mulvey back there trying to get his third Brickyard 400 there in that 51 machine.
Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I'm excited to see Justin. He was fast earlier today, but then he, made that strategy. He kind of tried to play out a different strategy early on, and that made him go towards the rear end of the field, and he's worked his way back up to the front. So I'm excited to see him back up front and, see him battle Frank up here for the lead.
Oh yeah, I talked about this earlier. He was really good at the start, played the strategy call, and basically kind of pit by himself and put himself outside the top 20. Got some damage on the front end, and luckily for that 22 machine, it has been able to, avoid most of the carnage tonight. I don't think there's a single car that hasn't been caught up in stuff, except maybe like some of these guys who have been up inside the top 3 all race, like the 47 of DeAngelis. But I'm lucky for this 22. Looks like that car looks pretty clean and green, and try to go up there and race for the lead.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting as pace cars getting ready to hook a hard left on a pit road out of turn 4. We're going to go back green.
We'll see a Chevy Ford front row, and then you'll see a Chevy lockout for that front row as you'll see that colleague number 10 of Jimmy Johnson and the Spire number 77, Craig Lautenschlager, back there rounding out the top 4. But you'll see that pace car once again take a hard left turn on the pit road. It's going to be Frank DeAngelis, Justin Johnson, Jimmy Johnson, and number 77 getting back to go back into the restart zone. We're going to get ready to go back green here. Another really good jump out of Frank DeAngelis, and that was help from the 10. The 10 kind of puts him out, and the 10's going to get into the 22. Big
77 also goes around. Same with the 51. He goes back up the track and collects a few other drivers as well. That's a huge crash. That was the battle for second.
And that's a tough break for Justin and everybody up there. We saw Craig get caught up in that as well. We'll have to take a look and see what happened in that 10. I mean, we'll actually got on board here with the 77. See if we can diagnose what happened here. Yeah, that's like, I mean, that's super strange. It almost looks like weird, like, contact. You see, like, the right rear tire start to smoke on the 10. I don't know if maybe it was, like, some weird netcode contact that kind of sent this 10 around. But, yeah, I mean, you see the 77 spin it out there, trying to get it off of those two. Unfortunately, he'll get caught up in that. Once again, Frank DeAngelis with that good push, that good jump. He gets away from this whole wreck, and look at that. James Bolson at 35 gets his way through. He'll be up in a second place spot now.
Yeah, and the 77 also was turned by his teammate, the 71, right behind the 22, and 10 wreck, which kind of collected a few other cars. We had the 51 go around as well, trying to avoid it. So, yeah, multiple cars involved. Obviously, I think the worst car who sadly got the car that sadly got the worst of it had to be Justin Johnson. So, tough break for him. Worked his way up through the field, and that's what happens. Right away. So, hopefully it's not too bad. Still have 56 laps left. And maybe he could get the damage fixed and work his way up through the field, but it's gonna be hard to do it again. But I still wouldn't count him out of this race with how it's been playing out. So
Exactly. I mean, 55 laps, and it's our 18th caution. I mean, I think the president's been pretty set for tonight that everybody's gonna be aggressive to try to make moves, to make passes, and I don't know if it's aggression. Once again, it just looks like the car just doesn't like racing around others, and when you get side by side, well, it seems like that car on the inside gets super snug, and it basically just has to walk it up the track. And we've seen that a lot tonight, where the car, the aggressor on the bottom tries to make the pass, can't make it work, walks it up the track, unfortunately makes contact with the outside car, and that just causes a big wreck.
That's a great point, Christian. And looking at that wreck closer, the 10 was trying to get more to the inside to avoid the arrow effect from the 22, and he got his left side tires on the inside curbing, and that's what broke his car sideways and caused that wreck, unfortunately.
It's just another thing that, I guess you'd call it a next gen thing. It looks like actually Justin will take that fast repair. So smart enough for him to, still have it back in his back pocket there. But it's just another next gen thing I guess you could talk about is, it's just hard to pass here with the next gen cars, with the dirty air and just the way the air works. And in order to kind of, pass someone, sometimes you got to use them up. And sometimes using them up will cause a caution right there. You see the 10 right there. It looks like he's still got a lot of damage to that machine. He's still trying to limp it back to pit road.
Yeah, and he apologized for getting into the 22, I guess, and just completely lost it there. And then the 38 got in the 60 or something there. It was just a mess. And most of these wrecks are just happening on the front stretch, which is the absolute worst place on the track that a wreck can happen. And it's man, it's crazy.
I definitely agree, Ray. It's definitely been a chaotic race. 18th caution. And, I was talking about it after a while. You talked about how you didn't want it to happen like this. I think, we might have put the commentators' drinks on the field here, and we've just not been able to keep everybody going straight tonight.
No, and it's very disappointing, and it's exhausting. I've been battling the flu all week. Today's like the first day I've even felt somewhat normal, but I'm still weak because, the flu just wipes you out like all week, and trying to recover on the back end of it is just super hard. And I'm doing everything I can to keep this wheel straight myself. But if everyone else isn't, then they're just taking me with them. And it's just a very, very hard race. This race should have been almost over by now. And I know you got places to be. Question though, was that Eastern time or Central time that you have your next gig? Because
Should be Central, so I think it starts 7 Central. So
you should be safe then. Yeah.
We should be pretty fine, but
all right.
Definitely. End of the day, we want this race to go green to the end, and hopefully we can get some strategy.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and that way you can get some time off in between races. God forbid, you go to the bathroom, get something to eat, or whatever you got to do. Take a stretch. I mean, because yeah. So hopefully we can get this thing done, man. I know the sun is starting to get behind the clouds there, and it's starting to get a little lower in the sky too. So we want to get this done before dark too. So, hope for the best, man. Let's hopefully get it green here, and pray for a good finish for the 21.
Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you in P9. We'll wish you good luck here for the rest of the race.
Appreciate it.
We have Ferris up in the booth. Surprise entrance is we'll see the 47 and the 35. He's back to green. I'm interested to see. Frank said he can't be here for too long. When does he decide to pull that car off at the garage and hand this race lead back over to someone else? But we'll have to see. We'll see the pace car once again take that hard left turn in the pit road. It's gonna be the DeAngelis. It's gonna be Bulls leading us back to green.
Yeah, the inside lane is so dominant on the restarts. Definitely also because they're in control, but the top line just has not been able to almost sync with their restart. As the 54 is huge hit into the outside wall. That's going to slow him down. He has some heavy right side damage as he's loose now.
Loose. Tried to catch it.
Keeps it in the wall. Looks like everybody's going to be able to avoid him, but this allows Frank DeAndres to just pull away as he has almost a second gap. Is a huge block by the 35.
Huge block by the 20 on Cody Meadows as well. So, I mean, you're starting to see the aggressiveness pick up once again. I mean, man, I don't know how they kept it off each other, but the 35 will get a little bit of a gap from that little checkup. Everybody blocking each other. Cody Meadows is going to have to try to work with this 20 to get up to that P2 driver.
Yeah, Frank DeAngelo still managing to pull away nearly a second gap there as Justin Johnson's already he's already broken his way into the top 10, currently sitting P8 here and trying to keep moving throughout the field after that last caution when he was involved.
Remember, got, kind of contact with the 10 machine, had to come down. Luckily had that fastest pair left in the tank. Took some, I would say took another set of tires here. Now you see him trying to work this outside around the 51. A Mulvey here. And really close race in there out of turn 2.
Yeah, they know the lap count is decreasing fast. They know they got to get up to the front if they want any chance of winning. These drivers also do know Frank DeAngelis isn't going to be here long. So they're kind of, letting him race his own race right now. They know they don't have to worry about him later on. So, obviously they want to get as far up to the front as they can. That's what Justin's doing right now, trying to get back up to the lead.
That's exactly what I think that James is doing up here in the front. He has a little bit of a cushion, but he's going to try to chase down the 47. They know that he's not going to be able to make it the whole race. He said, okay, well, let's let Frank do what he wants. He's going to have to leave sooner or later. And then if we go green here, that will inherit the race lead back over to the 35. But the thing was with Frank, we know Frank, I don't know if he's going to park it from the race lead. Maybe if he gets wrecked, he'd be willing to park it. But if I'm a driver, I don't know if I could park it, leading the Brickyard 400 with just 50 to go now. I mean, I'm interested to see if Frank is going to be disciplined and park it. I hope that, everything's okay in the 47 camp. But, having to park it from the lead is tough.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be interesting as they're side by side. I believe that's for the 6th position with Justin Johnson on the inside.
Mulvey had a huge wobble there. He's going to lose a couple spots. Justin will come up inside the P6 spot. He'll get around the 42. A Parker Strander it. And then he's got a little bit of ways to go to get up to Cody Meadows a little bit. And of 24, Thomas Flynn to go on board with the 22. Had a little bit of work to do to get up inside of that top 5 battle.
Big slide up ahead by Cody Meadows. I think had a little bit of help from the 24 behind him, and that's going to allow the 24 to go right by him on the outside.
And now, I mean, like I said, we talked about it. Wanted to go green here. We don't have a lot of cars left, honestly. It looks like we have 19 cars on the lead lap. We have quite a few cars that are laps down, continuing to try to limp it around. But when it comes to now this, it seems like everybody's a little bit more cordial on each other, just trying to get this race over with. I mean, Demos, like when you look at the tire wear, right? What lap do you, if we do go green, what do you think we'll start to see that shift in, like, guys who saved coming toward the forward and, guys who maybe burned themselves up trying to drop back?
I think we'll start to see that after about 20 laps in a run. That's when you'll start to see the shift towards people that conserve their tires versus people who burnt off their tires. But my one to watch right now is Justin L. Johnson. He's the best on fuel right now. He's been passing cars, and he's slowly but surely lapping just about the same lap times as the leader, maybe a little bit slower, but I really like the spot that he's in right now.
I definitely agree. I mean, not only is he lapping around similar times as Frank, he's lapping in this dirty air. Remember, Frankie's got a 1.5 second lead almost. He's got the clean air. That car's driving exactly how he wants to. Versus Justin, he's almost pretty much in that wake of his teammate there in the 12. And has to navigate through this dirty air and still, running competitive lap times. He's got the freshest tires. He's got the best fuel right now. And yeah, I definitely agree. Is in a really good spot compared to all the other drivers around him if we continue to stay green. I'm getting around the 51 of Mulvey now, trying to run down his teammate and Cody Meadows. And what a comeback for this 12 machine. You know, got caught up in a couple of wrecks. Had to use his fast repair really, really early, but has been able to, you know, get around some of these other wrecks, put himself in a good spot to race for this top, you know, for a good finish here. Cody in this 12 machine, remember, drove the 21 last season, brought that car all the way to the Final Four to race for a championship. And in this season, nothing has gone right for this 12 machine. You know, not even in contention to be even a playoff driver right now. This you know, 5th place spot right now, obviously won stage 2, is a really good morale boost for this 12 team.
Yeah, great job for Cody Meadows running in the top 5. You know, I enjoy seeing these Penske cars up front. You know, the 2 of Mark Gonzalez is also there in the top 10. CDP 10, who we saw racing up front earlier on, but managed to just tap the wall and fell back a little bit. But he's slowly but surely making his way back up to the front. But you know, Team Penske doing a great job today, and I really do think, you know, not only Justin Johnson is Frank DeAngelis, huge into the outside wall.
That might have been the.
I think
gotta
that's
go.
Yeah.
We'll take a look back and see what happened to Frank. I mean, I want to definitely take a look and see if maybe it was a skill issue, or if maybe this was Frank saying like, okay, it's time to go here. I mean, I guess he'll only know. He definitely got loose out of the. He hit the wall, and I just don't think he bothered to save it. So no caution though. So we'll continue to go back in here. Is Frank trying to limp this thing back around without anybody else involved here? So Frank will relinquish the race lead. Try to limp it around here. James Bowles will retake your race lead, and he's got the 20 of Nicholas Johnson all over the back end of him.
The 24 has also caught them pretty quickly. He's kind of been pulling away from Cody Meadows, as he did recently pass Cody Meadows, I believe, around 5 laps ago, and has really bumped up his pace a lot, and is catching these 2 front Toyotas.
You know, with Frank DeAngelis out of the picture, now that 22 even becomes more of an advantage. Remember, he was the only guy running within the same lap times as Frank. And now Frank's out of the race, right? Like, he went from almost 4 seconds back all the way down. He's running about 2.5 off the race lead.
20 has a run. He's peeking to the inside.
Got 2 Toyota teammates, 2 Alliance teammates. The 23 11 machine on the top, and the 20, that's a JGR car. The 20 on the bottom. I think James just gives it to him. I think he knows that the 20 is a little bit quicker than him right now. Let's Nicholas take the lead here. Your last week's winner, and to lead some laps here at the Brickyard 400.
Yeah, JGR to the lead with 44 laps to go. Looking to get another win.
And it's interesting because Nicholas has older tires than the 35 does, and shows he's got a little bit more pace. Thomas Flynn also has older tires than this 35 and has caught the back end of this field here. You go back to Cody Meadows and his teammate there, the 22 of Justin Johnson, back there in 4th or 5th.
Yeah, the 20 has started to pull away from the 35 tremendously. I mean, by a ton, and obviously the 35 now has some pressure from the 24 behind him of Thomas Flynn, who you just mentioned is also on older tires, but managing to be you know, quicker on pace, and I think we'll see that 24 get around the 35 within the next few laps.
I'm interested to see how this 35 races this 24 though, because remember, that's a Toyota up front, right? They're probably in the same VC if I go and look, right? So I bet you, you know, Nicholas saying like, hey, try to hold up that 24. He's got a little bit of pace. Try to hold him up, and you've seen this 24, you know, kind of backed off the 35 a little bit. Has not been able to get to the back bumper of this 35 like the 20 could.
Yeah, the 20 is still continuing to pull away. 0.2 quicker that lap than the 35 machine.
And last lap was a 6.9 versus the 88 of the 35, and then an 0.2 from the 24. So you could definitely tell that the pace is kind of started to back off just from this 35, just kind of almost being kind of a roadblock here. We talked about how hard it is to pass here with the dirty air and everything else. You can already tell it's starting to hinder this 24 machine.
Yeah, Justin Johnson has also kind of evened out on pace with these guys, not really making any distance on them or falling back as much. Really, he's kind of running the same lap times as second and third place, but Nicholas Johnson is just pulling away from the field at the moment.
Cody Meadows is actually starting to run down. These guys are in actually identical lap times to race leader here. So Cody starting to find something here. And we talked about it. I mean, this is around that 20 lap mark that Mosteller talked about. That this is where you're going to start to see the guys who save their stuff a little bit going to start to show their speed, right? We talked about it. Justin Johnson had to drive his way through the field to get where he is now. Maybe you're starting to see that tire wear start to come into effect versus Cody. Basically been right here in the fifth place spot through this whole run. Maybe saved his stuff a little bit better than the guys in front.
Now I am a little bit questionable on Frank. He's still out on track. He took his faster. I thought he was gonna, park it as he had planned to, but no, he's still on track. It kind of makes me wonder if his wreck was possibly a driver error mistake or not. But he's currently running a lap down in the 21st position.
Yeah,
a little bit shocking to see him still out on track.
That's definitely interesting to see because, yeah, I mean, we knew that he was leaving. He said in 20 minutes. It was over 20 minutes when he wrecked the car. And we just thought, okay, well, it was time to go. But, yeah, him coming back on track, we did see him. He got, if you look at a turn 2 and out of turn 3, in the 1 and 3, my apologies, there was that little out there, right? And that's exactly what he hit. And it got the car upset, and he completely killed the car. So, I mean, it definitely didn't look like it was intentional. It definitely looked like it was a driver error, but we knew that he had to leave, so we just assumed, right? But definitely interesting. But here comes Thomas Flynn. Finally got to the rear end of this 35, trying to make the pass. Going to try to make something happen here in the turn 1.
Nicholas Johnson also got a hold of the wall on the exit of turn 4 right there. The 35 and the 24 able to gain a little bit of speed, but again, out of these corners with the 20 machine doesn't really have any effect from dirty air. He's able to pull away just a little bit. But yeah, the 24, he wants to get around that Toyota, but he just can't. The dirty air is so much, and with him kind of being stuck behind him, Cody Meadows has gained a ton of time, not only on them, but also on the leader. He's catching really quickly.
And this is a really good line for Thomas right there. When you're trying to pass someone, you just have to get lower than that car is in front of you. You see that, putting those left sides and all you need is just a fender underneath that car to help get that car rotated. That's all really that Thomas can do, is just try to get a little bit lower than the 35 is willing to run. It looks like the 35 just a little bit tight. You see him just cannot get down to that bottom lane. He's going to have a run here for this 35 machine.
Looking side by side into turn 2 with the 24 on the bottom, trying to get by the Toyota, but the 35 isn't going to give it up easily, as they're still going to be side by side on the exit of turn 2.
They're going to battle hard down here, down the backstretch. That's going to allow this 12 to really close in into this battle. Once again, the 24 trying to make something happen going here into turn 3.
24 sends it in a little bit deeper, trying to outrun the 35. Almost clear on exit. Just isn't able to do so.
Not quite, but I think the 24 will get him this time. 35
Here comes Cody with a huge run on the 35 as well. He's going to make a move to the inside.
I mean, Cody said thank you, right? 2 for 1 potentially. No, that 35 once again being really aggressive with the Splotky. And Cody Meadows, I don't think he's going to be very patient with this 35. He's going to drive it in here, trying to make it side by side in the 1 and 2. They keep it sticking there. Almost the 35 into the outside wall. And with just this battling, look at the 22. He's coming up to the field.
And now Justin Johnson's going to be right behind that 35, who we've seen was just racing really aggressive. I'm kind of expecting him to race Justin Johnson a little bit. I don't know if that's going to, possibly slow down Justin. I'm kind of wondering how much time he might possibly lose. But, obviously with the 24, the Chevy now behind the leader, and the Ford right behind them, the Toyota can't really do much for his manufacturer teammate in the lead at this point.
Yeah, and I'm interested to see if Thomas can run down that 20. I think he does have a little bit more pace, but we'll just have to see here. We've seen Thomas already start to get away from, this little pack of cars here that I feel like we're just held up by a little bit by Bulls. And it's not, a diss at, James there. It just looks like his car just not driving exactly the way it needs to. Just starting to fall back to the cars behind. Nicholas Johnson continuing the lead here. You see quite a bit of a gap here back to the 24 of Thomas. Thomas not really been able to close the gap quite yet. I mean, they're basically matching lap times. Last lap for Nicholas was an 8.5 versus a 6.6 out of Flynn. So actually, it's like Thomas doing a little bit of a better job, just slowly chunking away at this lead.
Yeah, still. Definitely, I mean, they're running pretty much nearly average lap times. The 24 is just a tiny bit faster, but at this pace, I think it's gonna be hard for the 24. You want to almost think, I don't know. Honestly, I think it's definitely gonna be tricky for the 24 because he might be able to roll in and possibly get up to the 20, but when you're behind him and closer to that dirty air, it's gonna be really hard to pass him.
Definitely going to be interested to see, honestly, what I could see happening is Thomas gets there. They get side by side. It allows Cody Meadows to jump on board here, take advantage of it. Cody actually running the fastest laps here, just over a tenth quicker than both the cars in front. So Cody definitely has found some type of pace here towards these latter half of this run here. And James Bowles, I mean, he's got a whole parade behind him, and he's trying his best to hold on.
Yeah, Justin Johnson's been trying to get around him the past few laps and just hasn't been able to do so. And it's kind of let those two other cars behind them kind of get up to them, and they're just losing time to these top 3 drivers in front.
Thomas Flynn just took another 2/10 out of the leader's lead. He is coming really fast. He's on his way. But once he gets into the dirty air, it's going to be a lot harder to make that pass, but he is gaining time, and you can visually see it right now. I think he's going to get there.
Oh, I definitely agree. He's definitely running a lot quicker. I mean, don't get time out. Him and Cody Meadows, by far, faster than this 20 machine now. But like you said, Demos, you saw how hard it was for Thomas to get around the 35, and the 35 is definitely not as quick as this 20. It's definitely going to be a task for this 24 to try to make something happen here in this Liberty University machine. But, I mean, it's going to be interesting. Like I said, I think this is going to be a really big benefit for this 12 machine of Cody Meadows, who is basically matching lap times with this 24. As soon as those two get to battling, it's going to open up the gates for this 12.
Absolutely, and I think Thomas is going to have no problem passing Nicholas. I saw Nicholas earlier in the run sliding behind the 35, and that does eat the tires alive. And right now, I think Nicholas is paying for that right now.
I'm excited to see Justin Johnson finally get around the 35 and sneak his way up into that 4th spot. I do want to see him, kind of, obviously, he's on the fresher tires, but he did, have to push his tires really hard to get by some of these guys, definitely early on in the run. So I want to see him, catch up to these guys, but I still think it's going to be really tricky for him.
It's going to be interesting to see what he could do. 2.5 seconds back from the race lead. See his Penske teammate right there, right in front of him, the 12 of Cody Meadows. We've talked about him quite a bit. And Thomas, talked about him catching. He actually lost a little bit of time there, starting to match lap times with 20. I mean, he's almost kind of in that range where the draft is going to start to help him get there down the straights, but once again into the corners, this is where he's going to start to lose time.
So according to sources, Frank DeAngelis, when he was leading, was distracted by a late model race, and that's kind of what caused the incident. About 20, maybe 30 laps ago, when he was in the lead. But he's still in this race, still a lap down. I honestly did expect him to be out of this race, as he said he was going to, but obviously still in here.
Something must have happened to open up his schedule for the rest of the race here. But yeah, tough break for Frank. I think he had a top 4, top 5 machine underneath him, but mistakes happen. And unfortunately, not going to get the finish that he probably wants. Trying to race his way into the playoffs. Going a lap down like that definitely is going to help, especially, wrecking from the lead. Bad enough, but, not getting the finish you want. It was also going to hurt in the points.
Yeah, also, if we got a yellow now, he's not even in the lucky dog position. Maybe he tries to stay out, hope for a yellow right away when the field stacks back up together if there is a yellow, but it's definitely going to be tricky and just a tough break for him.
We'll have to see. And now it does show that Chris Van Maastricht is the lucky dog, but he's actually in pit road. I don't know if he's taking a scheduled green flag pit stop. It looks like that car might be tore up as well. Already 22nd pit stop, which is way over that we expect, that 13 to 15-second stop here in these next-gen machines.
Yes, Christian, he hit the wall out of turn 4, and he was about a foot away from clobbering a group of cars that were coming to pit road. He had a very close call. It tore up his car right now. It looks like it's getting fixed on pit road right now, but it's a costly mistake for him this late in the race.
So that will actually bring Frank the Angelus as the lucky dog driver. So Frank looking for some, Frank looking for a caution here to put himself back in a fight. Obviously, it's still an uphill battle for him as we're approaching, 27 to go here when we cross the line. And, if he gets a lucky dog, he's starting not only back there in 15th, but he's starting to tail in of the longest line with that lucky dog.
Luckily, it's, with the incidents we've had this race, only 13 cars on the lead lap at the moment. If we were to get that yellow, obviously Frank would get on the lead lap. We would have 14, possibly 15 cars on the lead lap. So obviously I think he'll be aggressive. It will be hard to, make his way up through the field, but I think he could still possibly, steal a top 10, possibly even a top 5 finish if we were to get a yellow.
It'll be interesting to see what happens here. Obviously, everybody's starting to get a little bit spread out. The closest battle right now is for that P7 position. Chris Otto and the 77 of Craig Lautenschlager right there. Trying to get around James Bowles, actually. James Bowles still, you got to give hats off to him. He's definitely he does not have the car. But doing everything he can to hold on to this track position. Up there in that P6 spot. He's only after Justin Johnson got by, he let the 2 by and has still been able to hold on and try to keep this car in front of this 9 and the 77.
The 38 now coming out of pit road, and he's right in front of his manufacturer teammate of Cody Meadows. I'm curious to see if he's going to let him by here on the front stretch, because currently giving Cody some dirty air as we see Justin Johnson entering pit road as he has a huge lockup. Not sure if he was able to get it slowed down in time, but we have our leaders starting to come down on pit road.
I do see a black flag for that 22, unfortunately. So that is probably night over for Justin Johnson unless he gets a lucky break there. But I do see the black flag in. Too fast entering here for Justin Johnson.
Man, just such an unlucky penalty for Justin Johnson. Obviously, we've seen him pretty much be all over tonight. We've seen him obviously up front in the beginning, then went to the back up front, then to the back, and then again working his way up to the front, and then has that penalty towards the end of the race. So, really, really tough for Justin, but I'm curious when some of these other cars are pitting, and Cody Meadows now entering pit road as he's trying to get slowed down now.
A little lockup by him as well, but definitely did a better job. Getting down here on the pit road, and you know that he probably was a little bit even more concerned because he probably heard his teammate over on the radio saying like, God dang it, I sped. And so Cody's going to be definitely a lot more cautious here. But I was interested to see this. You could not get around the 38 of Van Maastricht, and I don't know if I would say Chris has the speed that these other cars do, but he did have the fresher tires, so I thought that maybe he was going to let Chris lead him up to the front here. That's not the case, but look at this. Thomas Flynn has caught the 20 here and setting his sights here for this race lead.
Go ahead, Demos.
The 20 has caught the 48 and has been stuck in his dirty air, and I think with the 20's tires being shot, it has allowed the 24 to close back in, and the 24 has been able to take advantage of this. He's right on the rear bumper and in position to pounce.
We do have the lap car ahead, I believe. That's the 48 machine. Kind of giving the 20 dirty air. That's the first time the 20's kind of been in dirty air this run as he's been out in front. And I'm curious how he's going to handle this. And obviously, I think it's slowing him down just a bit. But during this, Frank DeAngelis did destroy the car once again, kind of in the same way he did earlier. Hit the wall out of turn 2 and then destroyed it and had to tow to pit road. But luckily, we did stay green so we could let the race play out.
And how the tables have turned. Remember, we saw the 20 have a manufacturer teammate kind of hold up this 24. Now look at this. Not only do you have a manufacturer teammate, you have an actual teammate you know, aero griefing the 20 here to get the 24 back. I mean, this is just what you love to see, just like this camaraderie out of these you know, alliances here to help get their drivers up front.
Yeah, this is very interesting, and then I believe that's also, yeah, Cody Meadows in front of them, who recently pit. As look at that, the 24 now to the outside of the 20. He's looking to make the pass for the lead.
24 going to try this top side, and he's going to get the draft from the 48 here. He's going to clear him before he even gets into the corner.
Great job by Thomas Flynn in that 24 machine now to the lead, as I'd expect the 48 to maybe get out the way shortly.
Yeah, I think
I was.
you go.
Go ahead, Christian.
I was about to say, if I'm the 48, I'm going to sit there and I'm going to give him the toe and then get out of the way. And that's exactly what happened there. You're going to give him the draft there and then sit right in front of the 20. Right, and park your nose right in front of the 20.
If I was Nicholas, I would head to pit road right now. You're losing so much time. He's into the wall now. You need to come to pit road right now if you have your fast repair taken.
Yeah, Nicholas
This is a complete disaster.
He needs to head down to pit road immediately, as we saw Mark Gonzalez hit pit road this lap, and also the 77 machine is on pit road, taking some fresh tires and fuel. So I think it's time for Nicholas to come down and, you know, maybe see Thomas in the next few laps as well.
That's what I'm saying. If I'm Thomas, the 20's still going to stick it out. Wow. I mean, I'm surprised to see that. If I'm Thomas, if I'm the 20, when did you react to these guys coming down pit road? Everybody around them who was somewhat in contention has already come down, right? And they have the fresh tires in there, and the tire fall off is quite a bit here at Indy. So when are they going to decide to come down? Obviously, we've seen the 24 have a lot of long run pace, but I don't think he's got like a, you know, the best car in the field type, you know, pace. Obviously, he drove up to the front, but he was also getting caught by some other drivers, and him staying out here with these older tires is just going to continue to negate time, as these guys with the fresh tires are going to continue to lap quicker than this 24.
We did just have his teammate Chris Otto in the number 9 machine pit this time. So as we have smoke out of turn 4, maybe a lockup of a driver trying to get down on a pit lane.
Someone who I have been watching is Cody Meadows. He's running about the same pace as the leaders, but that's not what I'm paying attention to. He stayed on the lead lap when he pitted. If there is a yellow and the people that have not pit, he's going to cycle out as the leader, and I think he's going to stay out because right now he's running the same exact lap times as the leaders. So tires don't really seem to matter that much. So I think he's just hoping for a yellow right now, and if I were one of these leaders, I would pit right now. I would not want to lose track position to this 12 car because of what he showed earlier in the race.
I mean, we've definitely seen that Cody has one of the best long-run cars tonight here from Indianapolis, and we saw it. I mean, drove up to the P3 spot, decided to come down pit road, and I think that long-run pace really did show off, and you saw that he was very cautious coming out pit road to make sure that he didn't do something. Here comes the 20 down pit road now, finally, after, you know, losing quite a bit of time to the race leader. But Cody, I mean, did a good job in and out of the pit road. Now he's got a little bit of a lap car in front of him, have to negotiate around. But yeah, did a great job getting around pit road here. And Chris Otto actually starting to run him down a little bit. Both these cars on the lead lap.
We do have a crash on the front stretch. The 88 machine went around, but he did end up towing it out of the field's way. But if I'm Nicholas Johnson and you have a fast repair, you want to take it right now because he does have some pretty severe right front damage from hitting the wall. As we have another crash, it's Rhea and that's going to bring out a yellow.
And that is a disaster for Thomas Flynn. He was just coming to pit road, and that's going to lose him all of his track position. That is super, super unfortunate.
Yeah, I mean, that's a game-changing caution right there because, I mean, especially for those guys who stayed on the lead lap, the Meadows, the Nicholas Johnson's got a lucky caution there as the caution came out as he came down pit road, right? He was in the pits already. Depending on when he comes out, he should still stay on the lead lap. Chris Otto as well stays on the lead lap. They've only ran what, 2, 3, 4 laps on these tires, and we've seen, like Demo said before, the tires don't really fall off that much. They should easily be able to stay out here and cycled their way up to the front.
Yeah, Nicholas, who just came out of pit road, he looks like he did not have a fast spare because he did not take, and he still has that right front damage on that car. So I don't know how it's gonna handle. I would hope it's pretty good. Um you know I'm kind of curious on how it's gonna handle when we get up to speed here this next restart.
It's gonna be interesting to see how it does handle. Because remember, usually if you see visual damage, that means probably, especially here in this next gen, that means wheel damage. Wheel damage means the car doesn't drive right. Whether that means it's kind of snappy on entry, especially at a high speed track like Indy, or the, I feel like the worst thing that can happen, right? It's really it's plowing on entry, it's just going to continue to wear that right front out. I'd rather have kind of a snappy on entry car where like kind of the steering's broken versus like the wheel is broken. So that way you can at least try to handle the car and not burn up that right front.
The top cars down into pit lane. That's going to give Cody Meadows the lead with, again, we were talking about him, managed to come out of pit road in front of the leaders during that green flag run. And we've been talking about how he has one of the best long run speeds out of these cars. And obviously he's going to lead us to the green flag this next restart. I think he's in the best position. He's got the car to win it and get it done. And I'm excited to see how he's going to race his Penske number 12 car.
Well, not only does he have the car to win, he needs to win a race here. Obviously, there's no win in your end anymore with the way the chase works here, because iSNF is using the real life chase format that we see now in the 2026 calendar season. But a win would be huge to bump him up in the points. And not only that, just a morale boost. Like we said before, he has not had the season that we expected that Penske car to have. Obviously, previous drivers in that Penske car have taken that car to the championship several times, and I don't even think Cody's inside the top 20 in points, yet less, in a position to race for a chase spot. So a win here would be massive here, not only for that whole organization, for Penske to get, kind of this third car in playoff contention or chase contention, but for just Cody to get a win in general, right? He's got 2 wins, and they're both on road courses. One at Watkins Glen, the other one at the Charlotte Roval. This would be his first oval win here in the iSNF Cup Series.
Justin Johnson will be able to get his lap back here, and we'll start, I believe, outside the top 10. So he will be back on the lead lap. I honestly would be expecting him to make some moves and see him try to make his way up to the front of the field with his teammate Mark Gonzalez also getting his lap back behind him.
And something that, obviously, these lucky dogs and stuff, this kind of caution and then negated a lot of strategy here, like Demos, because like if I'm outside the top 6, I mean, honestly, I'm coming down and taking tires just because maybe the tires might help just that little bit here. I mean, 18 laps to go here at Indy is a long ways. Honestly, it's not like a 20-lap dash here at like a Kansas or a Homestead where tire wear doesn't mean nearly as much as it would here at Indy.
Yeah, but unfortunately, they can't do that this yellow because they have to take the wave around to get back on the lead lap. Thomas Flynn had such rapid pace during that run that he trapped so many cars a lap down. And as much as a bad break this yellow was for him, he only fell back to 5th because he had lapped so many people. So he's going to have the freshest tires in the field. He's only 5th. But the problem is you're going to have 26 to go or 16 to go when we come back to the line to go green. That's not a lot of time with a race that has been track position dependent.
Exactly, and it has been track position dependent, but also we just seen how hard it's been to pass in general, right? Unless someone just flat out gives you the spot, which you're not going to see now, right? Not even a teammate, right? Like we see the 9 here who's going to lead us back to green, and Chris Otto. Actually, I think it is Cody. He picked the top. But even the 9, you're not going to see the 9 just pull over for the 24. Everybody here, we're in that 15 to go range where you just have to race for yourself. It doesn't matter that, you're a teammate, you're a little bit quicker. You just have to go and try to race for this win.
I fully expect the aggression level to pick up. We had a good long run. Everybody's going to be really antsy because restarts are the place to make up ground, the best place to make up ground. and it may be the only place to make up ground. So this restart is going to be critical in who wins this race.
I mean, it's going to be critical. This restart is, I feel like, going to dictate a big portion of who's going to be up front, who's going to be in contention to race for this win. You know, can Cody get a good jump? Can he maybe take the 51 of Mulvey, who's trying to go for his third Brickyard 400 here in that Rick Way machine? And I feel like this is one of the first times we've seen, you know, the leader pick the top. So we'll see what this 12 could do. Biggie ready to go back inside the restart zone to get ready to go. 16 to go here from the Brickyard 400.
Cody Meadows, obviously, great start by him. So he's able to clear both lanes as they're making a little bit of contact behind them. And for second, both the 51 and the number 9 machine.
Otto and Mulvey contact there through 1 and 2 out of 3. Now exiting at 2 now. Down the backstretch, I think Otto will get the spot. But you know, Mulvey can't be happy about getting used up there. And with them using each other up, that gave Cody a little bit of a gap. He's got about, what, 3 or 4 car lengths advantage here on this 9 machine. But once again, you're going to see probably Cody, when we get down here on this front stretch, start to snake around, try to break the draft, try to negate any advantage that this 9 has.
Yeah, I'm looking at the 24 machine. Obviously, you know, he's on the freshest tires. Laps are ticking. They're going down fast. I want to see him be aggressive and make these moves. He needs to get up to the front if he wants to win.
A little contact with him in the 20. He's going to barely just get into the outside wall there. Not enough to really give him damage, but Cody still leading. But this 24, I mean, remember, he had to battle this 20, and this 20 did not give it up. You know, there's those moments where you're just racing around the same guys, and they're racing you hard, and they're racing you aggressive, where you might see the patience run out of this 24 machine sooner or later.
So we have some major beef between some of the drivers. The 38 really angry with how that restart played out. Specifically angry at Justin Johnson with that restart. I don't know. Obviously, I'm listening to what these racers are saying, and the 38's obviously not happy with the 22 at all, and honestly, also the race admins. I'm kind of curious what's going on, but obviously still in the lead is Cody Meadows, and that 9 is right behind him.
Chris Otto's trying to track down this 12 machine, and it's interesting to see that.
We have a caution.
It's caution waves, actually, yes.
Honestly, not exactly sure what for.
Jeff Wimmer went around at the exit of turn 1 in the short chute, and that is what brought the caution out.
We had a 60 machine.
We'll see right here. Yeah, Jeff. Getting a little upset here. See if you got some help. Well, we'll see. It just got loose. It looks like
he got loose by himself.
Yeah, it looks like got loose by himself. He does have some rear end damage, which does tend to free up the cars here. You see him gets loose. Contact with the 1, contact with the 42. Oh, and Mark Gonzalez gets caught up at that as well.
Yeah, Mark Gonzalez, besides the 60, probably got the worst end of that. Obviously, you know, he's trying to make his way up through the field and trying to get up front. Obviously, I'm kind of curious. You know, obviously we see Justin Johnson, who's back on the lead lap, currently sitting 9th. If I'm him, I'm wondering, do I go in and take, you know, these fresh set of tires with, I'm going to go green with, I believe, 10 laps to go. I honestly think if his only shot at possibly winning would be to take tires. I don't think he's going to make any positions up if he stays on his current set of tires.
Yeah,
I completely agree.
Yeah, I was just going to say, this really does open up the window. We talked about it with last caution, where everybody who had an opportunity to take tires had to take the wave, right, to get back on the lead lap. Versus now, like, honestly, if I'm like 6th on back, I'm considering coming back and taking tires with how much the track position matters. Like, honestly, like if I'm Jimmy Johnson back there in the 10, if I'm Craig in the 77, it's going to be tough to get up through the field with those tires in 7th. If I'm 6th on back, if I'm not in that top 5, I'm coming down and making adjustments, taking some tires. I mean, Demos with 2 tires, maybe be a strategy here with 13 to go.
I definitely think so. Yeah, I agree. I think you could take 4. We're seeing a lot of people pit actually. A lot
Because
of people, like people closer
I'm
to the front
surprised
pitting.
Thomas Flynn pit. He's on the freshest tires in the front. If I was him, I honestly would have stayed out. I'm kind of surprised on that decision by the 24.
That is a lot more people than I thought that would come in. We have the top 5 that has stayed out on the racetrack.
yeah,
Oh, the
so-
60 almost just took out the 41, trying to, I believe, get his lap back.
I mean, if I don't mind this move out of the 24. He brought everybody down with him. He's losing 1 spot to take 4 fresh tires. So I don't mind this gamble, honestly. Actually, fuel only for the 24.
Kind of surprising.
Is
Are
fuel?
these guys good on fuel then? Is fuel I'm honestly shocked. I didn't expect that. I don't know. Is fuel an issue for these top guys?
I wonder if he fielded up to make sure that he had enough for green white checkers, because now we've seen that we're still wrecking a little bit, and maybe you just want to have that insurance buffer, and I don't blame him one bit, but I'm confused on why you wouldn't take tires there, especially when you're only gonna lose 1 spot, as you said.
Yeah, I would have taken. If you don't want to take 4, at least take rights. But I don't know. I would have definitely taken tires there. I am a bit shocked on that.
Everybody behind him took 4. So I'm super. I would be very surprised if he didn't have tires sitting in the pits. We had 7 sets for this race. I'd be very shocked to hear that maybe the 24 didn't have any left, because if it's me, it's a no-brainer. If I'm coming out pit road at all with 12 to go, I'm taking tires. Whether it is 2, whether it is 4, that's really the gamble, is which is what you want to do there. But regardless, if I'm coming down here with 12 to go, sitting back here in 6th, I'm taking tires. But now, if anything, he's probably in the worst spot right now. He's not in that really top 3 now, and he's got the fresher tires behind him.
Yeah, I am very curious on how this is going to play out. Honestly, I'm expecting Justin Johnson to be really aggressive here. He knows he needs to get some positions as Cody Meadows once again picks the top side. But I'm really curious how this is going to play out. Obviously, we're going to go green with 10 laps to go. These drivers are going to be very aggressive. They know the clock is ticking. They know they want to win. They all want to win. This is the Brickyard 400, for crying out loud. They all want to get it done and kiss the bricks here at Indy. And I'm very kind of, once again, curious on how this is going to play out with the 24 and everybody behind him kind of on 4.
Definitely going to be interesting to see how this plays out. I still have my eyes on this 12. I mean, he's going to have the race lead. He's going to dictate the start. He's got the 20, who might get the jump with him, and we know how hard this 20 has raced everybody around him, right? If Cody can get clear and can keep that 20 behind him, that 20 I feel like is going to be the biggest defensive weapon that he's going to have. We've seen Nick be very aggressive to not give up track position here, and if he can keep this 20 behind him, I think he's going to have a good shot at coming out here with his first win here in Season 7.
Don't forget about the damage Nicholas Johnson also has on his right front. So, like you said, I think if he does end up getting behind the 12 here, I don't think he'll be able to have anything on the 12. And he might be able to hold back some of the cars behind him and kind of let Cody pull away. But getting ready to go back green with the pace car, getting ready to hook a hard left on the pit road. Cody Meadows, the race leader, on the outside with Chris Otto, the number 9 on his inside.
Yeah, Ford, Chevy, front row is the 12. Goes out in front. Get ready to go back inside the restart zone. We're getting ready to go 10 laps here at Indy. We're ready to go for a 10-lap dash here. It's a big shove to the 12. He's going to have to get clear. Remember, he cannot change lanes before the start-finish line. Looks like everybody's clean and green there. Cody will get down in front of the 9. He's going to have to chop his nose off, though. Cody will take the spot.
Ooh, as the 9's in the wall, heavy hit. As the 10 goes around in the back off Justin Johnson's nose. We're still green. But the 9 now on the inside of Cody Meadows. We're side by side for the race lead.
Chris Otto making the move on the 12 here. said, hey, I think I got a better car. And we saw he was running him down a little bit. Now here comes the 51. Damian Mulvey trying to make the spot here on the 12.
Them being side by side for second is going to let Chris Otto pull away just a little bit, as once again, that is a manufactured teammate battling the Ford, as he's going to be able to clear Cody Meadows, and that's going to be the 51 up to second. Huge block on the 12 as well.
Damian doing a lot of blocking here to try to get the spot, but Cody with a huge run, going to be side by side down here in the 1 and 2. It's always going to get in the back of the 51.
51 keeps it straight, but he's going to fall back outside the top 5, and Cody Meadows is in second as the 51 still sideways. He's gonna go back no!
Justin Barkley.
Oh,
it's
no!
more.
71, I believe it was the 38 as well. Chris Bishop showing some huge disappointment in the racers chat right now. Not happy at all. And
guys, that all started by the 51 missing a shift on the front straightaway, and that gave Cody Meadows a huge run down the front straightaway. And from there was contact, and then chaos.
Yeah, the 51 just did not hold the brakes and just slid down to the 71. The 71, you know, he sees the car on the outside. He couldn't really do anything to avoid that. Very,
you see the 51 on the top. You expect him to stay up there, right? And not slide all the way down the track. You know, I think
you aim for the bottom.
Yeah, you aim away from the wreck, and unfortunately, the wreck was on him. And you see that 71 completely tore up. We saw the 38 also get involved in the 51. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say it was the 51's fault, but Cody definitely got in the back of him. But, yeah, you can't miss a shift here when you're trying to race for the win and give yourself an opportunity to get wrecked there at the end. I'm interested to see if he has a fast repair left, but definitely a heartbreaker for that 51. Remember, racing to get his third Brickyard here in that 51 car in separate seasons. So not only is it rare to race the same car here for multiple seasons here, but to race for your third Brickyard 400 in that same car, that's got to be something special. But tough break for the 51, especially this late in the race.
Yes,
This
even if
allows... Go ahead, Demas.
Even if Damien does have a fast repair, he towed, so unfortunately he's not going to have a chance to win this race.
He's probably going to fall at least a lap down. Towing.
Easily a lap down here with how big Indy is and how the towing system works here. Yeah, I mean, he's probably got, what, a 4 or 5 minute tow from, you know, he was all the way down there in the middle of turn 3 and 4. So, I mean, you got to feel bad. I mean, once again, you know, you can't put the blame completely on the 12. You know, the 51 missed a shift and gave the 12 an opportunity. Obviously, it just looked like hard racing. The 51 tried to come down. The 12 was there, and he was not going to give him the benefit of the doubt there. And we're coming down underneath 10 to go.
This has allowed teammates to start with each other. The 24 and the 9 most likely going to be starting together here on this next restart. Yeah, Justin Johnson back down pit road. I'm not sure if that's for damage or if he's taking tires or what, but looks like he's picking that right side up.
It looks like both. He does definitely have some damage on that front end after getting involved with that first kind of scuffle there on the restart. That didn't cause the first caution, but you definitely see some damage on that right front, even a little bit on the left front, just kind of like a square hit on that front end of the car. But yeah, we definitely know now that Otto's definitely picking the bottom. He's going to try to take his teammate with him, and now we kind of put the ball in Cody's court, and he turned it over, right? Now he's going to be on that top side with no help. Going to have to try to get a good run here on the start.
Cody was loose that entire run. He was loose the previous run too. So I don't know if it was track evolution, you know, the track's starting to cool down, and being the leader, you can get aero creep. But the last 2 runs, he was getting loose, and Chris Otto took advantage of it, and now he has control of this race. 5 laps to go when we go green.
I definitely do see one of these Chevys, Hendrick Motorsports cars, in the best positions. I honestly do see one of them at least going to victory lane, because it is going to be very hard for Cody Meadows to restart. Definitely, you know, on this, I'm expecting outside, and we've just seen the leader has been able to control. You know, obviously he's a control car. They've just prevailed every restart. And, you know, the second car really hasn't been able to time the restarts well this entire race. So it's definitely going to be hard for Cody Meadows to, you know, battle up and you know, possibly give Chris Otto a maybe even a little bit of a scare.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be hard because Cody has to have a good start and at least try to stay side by side with that 24, because if the 24 gets clear, it's over, right? You know the 24 just going to do everything in his power to get a 1-2 finish for his team, right? So, Cody has to have a good start. He's got Nicholas, who's been pretty aggressive on giving good pushes here on these starts as well, but it's all up to Cody, really. I mean, if that line's going to move, it's going to have to start with him. Without him, you know, obviously jumping the start or something like that.
Yeah, this is a Chevy's kind of locked out the top, the inside row in the top 3. They got the Spire 77 behind them, so it's definitely gonna be interesting. Obviously, I do expect them to kind of, you know, prevail on this restart. But yeah, I definitely do think this is gonna be interesting. It's gonna be 5 laps, so I do think Cody could, you know, possibly prevail. It's definitely, once again, it's definitely gonna be challenging for him, but I wouldn't count him out of this.
You know, seeing that top side work, you know, if you could get a good jump and, you know, pinch that car on the bottom. We saw, you know, Mark Gonzalez take the lead away from Frank DeAngelis earlier this race that way. Got a good jump. Was able to, you know, keep side by side, and obviously we've seen it's so hard to keep the car on the bottom when with the car on the top, you know, aero griefing you, kind of making the car tight. Cody could try to do that like his teammate did. He might have a chance here. Coming to 5 to go. Aggressiveness is just gonna pick up. Yeah.
I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out. I'm kind of nervous for these drivers. I mean, I'm I'm excited. I'm excited to see how this is gonna play out.
Pace car once again will take the hard left turn off a pit on the pit road for the 21st time. And we'll be going back green. It's gonna be the 9 at the home. Chris Otto, you see Cody Meadows back there in the P2, where you see that 24. He's going to try to push that teammate out. A really good jump by Cody, honestly. Going to try to stay on that left rear, on that right rear. Not going to happen. He needs to get down if he's clear. Not quite. Oh, man. It was a good start, but I think he's going to get clear to 24.
Able to stay there. Yeah, it's a huge hit into the outside wall for the 20. He's going to fall back, but Cody Meadows is going to try to work his way up and catch his number 9 machine of Chris Otto. Oh, huge crash in the back. The 2 around, I believe, collects the 10 machine.
You see the 1, a huge crash to the back.
We're still green.
No caution yet.
Kind of surprising.
Tony Meadows gets passed by that 24. I just, like Debo said, I think that something's happened in this 12 that the handling has just completely gone away. The 42 off the bumper of the 22.
Into the outside wall.
Into the outside wall. Blow off the pace. And we're still going green here. 4 to go here for the Brickyard.
Now, the 24 of Thomas Flynn, you know he wants this win as well. He's not going to let a teammate get it, as much as, you know, they want at least one of them to win. He still wants to go for this win, so Thomas is going to do everything in his way to get up to this 9, but remember, he didn't take those tires when he topped off on fuel. I honestly think if he did take those tires, I think he might have been, you know, up there with the 9. He's kind of falling back. The 9's kind of pulling away from the 24 machine.
It's going to be interesting to see if Thomas has anything left in the tank. I mean, Chris also has older tires, so I just think right now the clean air helping that 9 out a lot here as we get ready to go across the stripe here. Put the number 3 in the air. 3 to go here from Indy.
Yeah, the number 9 machine just pulling away from the 24, and everybody behind can't really do anything. Obviously, Cody Meadows, we've seen his car just kind of drop off, like, pace like crazy, so it's gonna be hard. And I honestly, at this point, I don't even see the 24 catching the 9 unless the 9 makes a huge mistake within the next few laps.
Absolutely. Chris Otto, purple lap that last lap. Track has been picking up. Chris Otto is running his best laps of the race at the right time, coming here to 2 to go.
Yeah, Tom's going to have to do something special here these last 2 laps. give himself a chance here. And Chris doing God's work right now, trying to keep that car out in front as we see single file out, you know, throughout the top 10 here. Nobody really trying to jockey for position except for that 77 and was looking, you know, to say, hey, I want to get around this 12, but the 12 still got a decent gap to the 77. A little bit of an intimidation tactic out of Craig.
The 24 pushing as hard as he can, trying to get up to his teammate, but, you know, once again, just unable to do so, and scraped the wall just a bit there on the exit of turn 1.
Cody trying to hold on to this podium spot. The 77 all over him, though. And we just seen this 12 continue to fall off here. It's funny because we've seen now the track is picked up, but right now it just seems like that Cody just cannot find the grip here in the track.
Yeah, once again, Chris Otto still continuing to pull away. Coming out of turn 4 to get ready to take the white flag, with Thomas Flynn still falling back behind.
I'll put it up in the air. White flag in the air. Chris Otto, 4 more corners for his first Brickyard 400. Ooh.
Yeah, Thomas still pushing as hard as he can. As you see, he gets into the outside wall, and Chris Otto just pulling away. He's obviously, like Demo said, running his fastest laps of the race. And I think he's got it right here.
See him snaking
Getting
here.
ready to enter turn 3 and 4 for the final time.
Gotta give it to Thomas. Tried to do everything he could, but honestly, I think him not taking the tires is what costed him there. Honestly. But Chris Otto keeping it clean here, but Thomas gonna try to do everything he can here in this last send here through the last corner. It's not gonna be enough. He had a good run here. He's gonna get it within half a second, but it's not gonna be enough. Go ahead and give it to him. Chris Otto wins the Brickyard 400.
Cody Meadows able to hold off the 77 machine, and we'll get a podium finish in that number 12 machine. Great job for him holding off the 77, but it will be an HMS 1-2 finish with the 24. Thomas Flynn just not able to get up to the 9, but Chris Otto, what a performance by him. Great job. Brickyard 400 win for that 9 team.
And a props to the 24. I don't know, maybe the 9 wasn't pushing as hard, but the 24 got there at the one more lap, and I think would have been interesting, but obviously we didn't get one more lap, and that's all the laps that the 9 needed to, you know, come here and get his first win here from Indianapolis. A big points day for this 12 car. We've talked about this has been kind of the talking point all season, is how much this 12 has struggled throughout the season, and definitely wasn't a fantastic race for this 12 car either, but a great points day, a great finish for Cody and this whole 12 team.
He's going to go burn it down on the front stretch. Chris Otto, our race winner. Might just park it on the bricks. Don't want to mess up those bricks.
Oh.
So there he goes, across the bricks. He's going to burn it down.
is.
He deserves to. Brickyard 400 champ. Can be dizzy.
I give that burnout an A+. That was incredible.
The 60's burning it down right next to him in pit lane.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Jeff Weimer want to have some fun. I mean, obviously Chris and Jeff are really close friends. You know, Chris used to race last season for RFK, with Weimer in that 60 machine. But yeah, congratulations to this whole 9 team and everything else. But we're going to take a quick commercial break and talk to your top 3 finishers and then get ready for our post-race show here from the Brickyard 400. So we'll be right back after a word from our sponsor.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head to head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. in officially licensed cars engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
We welcome you back here for the post-race show of the Season 7 here, the Brickyard 400. We just saw Cody Meadows take his first Crown Jewel event here here in Season 7. So, drag some of these guys. Let's go ahead and talk to your race winner, Chris Otto, up here, up in Victory Lane. Hey, Chris, it's Christian, Gavin, and Daniel up here in the booth. You got a coffee?
Yes, sir. How you guys doing?
Well, probably not as good as you are tonight. But first of all, congratulations on your first Crown Jewel win here of Season 7. Here at the Brickyard. You know, what's the feeling right now?
It takes the sting of last week out. I mean, it really does. I mean, go out and dominate last week, and then to have it end the way it did, it takes that sting out a little bit. Still feel like I should have now 2 wins on the year, but it's good to finally get in the win column. I've been extremely unlucky in this league, it seems like, and finally just managed to get it together. I mean, had 7 minutes of damage at one point early in the race, didn't take my fast repair just in case I got caught up in other stuff, and got it all fixed and managed to drive back through the field.
And we talk about it, and it's basically kind of the talking point of this whole race. It's a calamity that happened all race long. I mean, we reacted a lot last season as well here in the Brickyard, but did you expect it to be kind of this chaotic throughout the whole race?
Truthfully, I did, and the only reason that I did is because I know how tight these cars can get in traffic. I mean, I don't think everybody realizes that, and then they don't pack up the corners enough, and they just get tight on exit, bounce off the wall, and then bounce into cars on the inside of them. I think that was a lot of what the cautions were, or just lack of awareness. But yeah, I kind of expected it. I was hoping we wouldn't have it, but expected it for sure.
Yeah, and talking about those kind of last couple of restarts, obviously you took the lead away from Cody, and it seemed like you just had a little bit better car. Cody, I feel like, had one of the better long run cars. Was there like a change in the track that just maybe kind of just adapted to you a little bit better than some of those cars that you're racing for the win there?
No, I think it was a change in my car itself. So on that second to last restart, when Cody came down in turn 1 and I got in his dirty air, I just pushed up a little bit and I hit the wall, and it gave me a little bit of wheel damage. And I actually think that wheel damage helped because I was able to turn underneath Cody in turn 2 and then get around him. And then I set the fastest lap towards the end of the race of a 50.98, and I think that wheel damage was a big factor, and that it just helped me turn center off instead of being tight.
And you talk about a lucky break right there. That's kind of interesting to hear up here in the booth up here. But you know, obviously talking about the points wise, coming up here, top 3 in points. Obviously, a win's definitely going to help you. Probably propel you away. Maybe up here. I don't know if you're going to get Thomas here because he came home in a good finish too. But talk about the points and how you look into the next couple of races.
Yeah, I mean, to go back a little bit there, I don't think if I didn't get that damage, I was getting around Cody. Just the dirty air, I think he was going to be able to play it well enough. But in terms of points, yeah, I mean, I talked to Thomas just a few laps to go in the race, and I was giving him crap about it. It's like telling him I can never gain points on him because he always gets stage points and he always finishes top 5. But yeah, I mean, it's going to be a big day. I mean, the 20 plus points I think I gained from just the win itself compared to second. That's going to be pretty big. So we'll see what shakes out. We'll probably end up being P2, only a few points behind Thomas.
Obviously, a good. I mean, the best way to end out, you know, kind of like you said, with what happened last week, coming here and showing that you belong here in Victory Lane. Once again, congratulations on the win tonight. Before we let you go, is there anybody you want to thank for this win here from the Brickyard?
Yeah, just the admins and everybody at iSNF that put these things together. It's not easy to run this league. I know firsthand. I run the Xfinity series, but or O'Reilly now, but not easy. So they put up with a lot of crap, but they do a good job. And then everybody at Redline Racing Network sponsored me here recently. I picked them up, and they're such a great sponsor with Matt Metler and all them guys there. And then Punt It Podcast. I run a podcast throughout the week, all things football. So if you're interested in football at all, go ahead and go check that out. Releases on Wednesdays. Yeah, that's about it.
We appreciate you guys. Appreciate you coming up and talking to us here in the booth after the race. And once again, congratulations on the win tonight. Hopefully, we can talk to you here in the HTV booth.
Yeah, I hope so too. Thanks. I appreciate you guys.
Chris Otto gets his first win of the season here. One of the crown jewel races, the Brickyard 400. But let's go ahead and talk to P2 Thomas Flynn. I think Gavin has him up here in the booth.
Thomas Flynn, it's Gavin, Austin, Christian Ogata, and Daniel in the booth. You got a copy?
Guys.
Well, congrats on the P2, man. You were fast, kind of all race running up front, and obviously you kind of got unlucky with that late race yellow, and it kind of came out when you were leading, and you were still able to stay in the top 5 there, but obviously ran a heck of a race, just wasn't able to get up to your teammate there towards the end. It looked like you were possibly going to get up to him maybe if there was another lap or two, but P2 finish, still great finish for the day. Kind of walk us through, the strategy and how your race kind of played out there.
Yeah, just kind of the same thing every week. Just want to stay clean, don't get any damage, and just try and stay up front. Missed some wrecks, which was nice as always. But yeah, just going back to that last green flag run, wish could have stayed green, obviously. But if I'm gonna get beaten out by anybody, I'd want it to be one of my teammates. So all things considered, I think we had a good race today.
No, you were in a heck of a race. Cool seeing, Hendrick Motorsports, running 1-2 there at the end. Yeah, heck of a race. Demos, you want to add in anything? Any questions for Thomas?
No, not really. I was very impressed with how you were one of the only cars that were making passes on the green flag run, and then you pulled away from everyone. I thought that was very, very impressive, and you just caught an unlucky break with the yellow, unfortunately.
Yeah, pretty unlucky, but I think the trick here is you just gotta get under the person in front of you as best as you can, and just the dirty air is just crazy. I know you guys talked about it, saw it firsthand, but yeah, all in all, good weekend. So excited for next weekend as well.
Yeah, good weekend indeed. P2 finish. Before we let you go, any sponsors, friends, family, anyone you want to thank out there?
Just the Hendrick guys. It's always fun racing with them. We got a good group of guys every weekend, so look forward to finishing out the season with them and hopefully have these Hendrick cars up front every weekend, but we'll see.
Well, once again, congrats on the P2 finish. We'll hope to see you in Victory Lane soon. Thank you, Thomas.
Fingers crossed. Thanks, guys.
Thomas Flynn comes home P2, and then I think we got Cody Meadows up here waiting on us here in Pit Road. Be ready to talk to him. Hey, Cody, it's Christian, Gavin, and Demos up in the booth. You got a copy?
What's up, buddy?
Well, a P3 finish. Finally got a decent finish here in this 12 camp. Up and down race for you. Got caught up in a couple wrecks. Had to use your faster pit early, but somehow found your way up here, leading late. Fortunately, just couldn't hold on to it there, but still a P3 finished. Walk us through your race. Walk us through what got you up here tonight.
Real thing, patience, probably. A little annoyed with taking my fast repair early, but to be fair, I think it kind of helped me out a little bit because having that handicap, you know that you can push a little bit harder, and if something does happen, you get that free way out. But when you don't have it, you race a little bit more safer, conservative, and you just keep going and going and going, just making do with everything. And so I hate that it happened, but at the same time, I'm kind of glad it did. But a few interesting involvements in some wrecks, but it's racing. Expect the unexpected. It's gonna happen. You are correct. Finally getting the 12 into a podium and a decent finish at that. I have been busting my off to be able to get the 12 car. It's much needed podium and top 5 finishes, but yeah, real it was an interesting race today.
Interesting is the I think definitely a way to call it, but yeah, I mean, obviously looking at the points, you really needed a good points day to put yourself up. I think you're outside the top 20, which is something I thought I'd never have to say to you or anybody really in the Penske camp. But when it comes to getting a good finish like this, what does this do for morality to hopefully continue this trajectory forward?
Man, freaking everything. I mean, all the getting caught up in things and just unfortunate event after a fortunate event. I mean, putting the 12 up here where it, in my opinion, where it deserves to be, it this is just a morale boost. It's a adrenaline rush in one way. Um, a little bit of momentum. Hell, I need anything at this point, and I think this was the edge that I needed.
I definitely agree. A good start to start to pick up these good finishes and continue to work your way up the points to put yourself in a good spot to get into the chase here in a few weeks here. But once again, Cody, congratulations on your first podium of the season. I can't believe I'm saying this now, but and anybody you want to thank before we let you go?
Man, I'd like to thank you and everybody in the booth there with you for taking the time out of y'all's day to do what y'all did. I'd like to thank Goria and the whole Penske squad for putting up with my shit every race. Um, Family for helping me get the equipment to be able to do this. Bella, Nikki, I don't know if y'all are watching, but I appreciate y'all. And here's where the fun begins because I see them in chat all the time, and I am so thankful for you guys. Stitch, Bean, Puff, I seen Cap. Thank you all so much for coming out and just being here with me on these race journeys. I mean, it means so much to me tapping out, and when there's a caution or I'm having a rough patch and I see y'all cheering me on. Jordan, Mr. Afton, you guys, I could not have greater friends. I'm so appreciative for all of you, and I cannot thank y'all enough for everything y'all do. But just everybody, iSNF as well. You guys, the competition, I enjoy it every week.
I would definitely. I always enjoy seeing the Cody Meadows fan club always show up here in the chat and go reading that stuff. But and Cody, congrats on your podium finish tonight. Looking forward into next week, and hopefully we can talk to you a couple spots sooner rather than later.
All right, later, guys.
Cody Meadows comes home P3, and obviously, Gavin Demos, not the race that we expected to have. Lots of calamity tonight, lots of wrecking, lots of tore up cars, but we see that HMS team rise to the top here, get that 1-2 finish tonight.
Yeah, awesome work by Hendrick. I mean, that's one way to do it. I mean, 1-2 finish, incredible. That's the best way to do it. Definitely at a crown jewel event too. I mean, that's obviously obviously a great job by Hendrick Motorsports. Also, a great job by Penske. Obviously, we saw Cody Meadows P3. And Penske kind of ran up front all race. We saw all three cars run up front. I think, maybe all three led laps. I'm not 100% sure, but they were definitely all, running up front in the top 5 and all were pretty quick today. But of course Hendrick Motorsports prevailed and got the win in the 1-2 finish. But man, what a race. What a finish. I'm glad we got a long green flag run in the race. It definitely was excited to see that, and man, what What a race here in India. I don't know. Demos, thoughts?
Yeah, man. As Christian said, it was kind of rough for the first two stages, but once everything kind of settled down, these drivers put on a heck of a race, and we got to see strategy play out. And thankfully, strategy decided the race. It wasn't anyone wrecking each other. We saw Chris Otto get a timely caution, while Thomas Flynn unfortunately kind of missed out on it. We saw that, you know, impact the race, but that's great. That's racing. I was very impressed with the long green flag run, and I think a lot of the guys in here should be very happy with themselves that, we got that run in, we got some great racing, and it was a lot of fun.
I definitely agree. And with that long green flag run, I think we got a little bit of everything, right? We got the we got the wrecks that everybody loves to see. We got the long green flag run. We got some at least semi decent, like really good racing towards the end for the flag. And we really got to see the best car at the end and win the race. It wasn't anything drama filled, right? Chris had the best car at the end. He got the jump and he won the race, right? And that's always what you want to see. You want to see, at least in that stage of the race, especially in these longer races that we see here on iSNF. We saw like Justin Johnson be the fastest car at the beginning, but he wasn't the best car at the end. At least the way the race played out, right? And it's cool to see, the best car, Chris Otto, take the advantage there, take the jump, get the right track position, go out there and win the race here. So, but once again, congratulations to Chris on his first win of the season. Obviously, won in heartbreaking fashion at Atlanta last week after getting some contact between him and the 20. Unfortunately, taking his win away basically, as Nicholas Johnson got the win last week from Atlanta. But before we let everybody go here, let's go ahead and take a look at our unofficial race results here from the Brickyard 400, 160 laps. And I'll say this, I'm glad we didn't have any overtime finishes as well. We finished it under green, and it's super cool to see that as well. But Chris Otto, Thomas Flynn, Cody Miles, we talked to them, your top three finishers tonight here from Indianapolis. Greg Glockenslaughter comes back to a P4. And James Bowles, remember, he was up there at the start, like right after stage 2 and kind of fell back. He works his way back there with top 5. Nicholas Johnson, Justin Johnson back there at P6 and P7. Gabe Ledger, we didn't talk about him all night. And Terrence Preston, I don't think I said his name once. He'll get a P9. Parker Strandrant, P10. And you see the rest of the field down there. One lap down. Jason Steptoe, Steven Sear, Rhea Ferris, Chris Van Maastricht, Jeff Weimer, and everybody else down there, 10th on back. See right there. 20th on back, just not the races these guys won. And we only had, 13 or 14 cars on the lead lap, but you see back here some marquee names that probably shouldn't be back here. Damian Mulvey, we saw, got wrecked late in the race there. Ends up P22. Justin Barkley back here, P24. Frank DeAngelis obviously had a really fast car, ended up putting his car on the hooker, on the wrecker. I mean, back there at P27, Larry Fairman, P28. Will Austin had a really fast piece underneath him, as well as Christopher Walker, Matt Medler, Gavin Austin, and Blake Hullett round out the field tonight here from the Brickyard.
Hey, 36th place is now at least in the field, man.
Yeah, I mean, he tried, and I guess that's what we have to give him credit for.
Yeah, great job by Gavin Austin.
Yeah, Gavin with a finish, we'll say that. But from everybody up here in the HPTV booth, we appreciate everybody coming out. We do apologize for kind of the technical difficulties at the beginning of the broadcast. Luckily, we were able to adjust the graphic settings and stuff like that, so we could get a good finish and a good kind of second half of the race for you guys. And I appreciate everybody sticking around, watching the broadcast, sticking it out till the end until we could figure out stuff. We definitely appreciate Daniel Mosteller, Gavin Austin coming up here in the booth during the second half of the race. Definitely having company definitely helps, especially in these longer style races. So definitely a big props to them, and hopefully we can see them up here in the HPTV booth some more in the future. But once again, my name is Christian Delgado, alongside Gavin Austin and Daniel Mosteller. here to end the night here from Indy. Once again, congratulations to Chris Otto, and we'll see you guys back here next week for Week 8 of the iSNF Cup Series as we continue to march our way forward into the chase. But hope everybody has a great rest of the Saturday night. Enjoy Coda tomorrow for the Cup Series, and we'll see you guys soon. Hope you guys have a great rest of the weekend, and we appreciate you guys.